with the comment. Most worshipful brother, Bill Sardone. How's it going?
It's going excellent. I'm very happy to be here. I appreciate the opportunity. Let me see if I
So
can get
tell
a
me,
little bit better so focused here.
you have been a Freemason for 55 years. Uh, you
That is
are a
correct.
past, you are a past Grand Master
Correct.
of New York State. You have,
Correct.
hello, Mr. Dane says, wow, you have an incredible history as it relates
Um,
to Freemasonry, but specifically, we're here to talk about the Masonic Medical Research Institute. And I think it makes sense. Hello, Mr. Dane. Can you hear us well? Can you see us well? All that good jazz. As a, um, as a, what is it specifically about the Masonic Medical Research Institute that you so appreciate? Because so much of your focus and your emphasis has been on MMRI, Masonic Medical Research Institute, what it is, its use for society, its use in medical research, and it seems to be a lot of your focus lately. So, what is your interest in it? Why are you so focused on this Masonic gem?
well, this research is a very it's like trying to hold Jello. It just kind of squeezes through your fingers if you because you have to do it a multiple amount of times before you get to a cure or a solution. And as a Grand Master, I saw the work that the MMRI does, as well as the other entities we had. But the difference between the MMRI and the other factors that we have here in the Grand Lodge of New York is that the MMRI focuses on what goes on for the entire globe, all of humanity. It isn't just even though they're situated in New York, even though they're on a New York campus, and even though there's Masons that are all directors, the work that they do and the work that they provide and the successes that they come up with help all of humanity, not just in New York, not just in Utica, not just in New York City, not in Hoboken, New Jersey, everywhere around the world. And that kind of collaboration is very, very unique. And, there's many things that we can get in charge with that we want to get behind. I find that this one here has a good, solid foundation of what they're trying to do. And they're focusing on basically heart disease, lupus, PTSD, autism.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be interested to go through. I suppose we're kind of getting in over our skis a little bit. I have been talking a lot about the MMRI, the Masonic Medical Research Institute, with our subscribers on the community page, but I'll leave it up to you as a New York Mason and a Grand Master. Let's start with, can you explain what the Masonic Medical Research Institute is?
Just exactly what it says. It's a research institute. And what we do is we have scientists that come here from all over the world with funded grants that have the opportunity to be here and test their theories on different things. Now, give an example. We have a scientist that's here from San Diego, and I asked her, I said, why did you come to Utica, New York? You're in San Diego. I mean, San Diego, I've been there once or twice. It's a gorgeous place to be. And the word was is that when she was working for this huge research institute out there, this huge hospital out there, and this big think tank, every time she had an idea, she'd have to get online in order to get to the equipment or whatever that instrument is to test her theory. And by the time she got to that point, because it had to be analyzed whether hers was more of a priority than somebody else, by the time she got there, whatever she was putting together on her little slides or on a little dish was expired. Here at this research institute, they've gone to the foresight of having equipment on site. So if you have an idea as a scientist, you can go to that particular piece of instrument and test it right away. And what that does is that not only eliminates time, it gives the opportunity to see if what you're doing is still fresh, I guess is what you could say. Let me point out right now, I am not a scientist. I am not an accountant. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not an attorney. I'm not a state trooper. I'm none of those things. I'm just a guy that understands the word cure. I understand the word quality of life. I understand the fact that we can live longer based on research that has been done to give us a better, healthy elongation of life.
Now, I one thing I really want to emphasize, and you emphasize this in your answers to my questions, but it's also emphasized in the mission statement of the Masonic Medical Research Institute itself. One of my biggest kind of, I don't know, complaints, by the way, we got a lot of hearts in the chat. That I'm guessing is my good friend Smokey the Clown. If that's you, Smokey, welcome. Thank you for being here. Cheeseburger, thank you for being here. Old Minty, thank you for being here. Yo Maple, thank you for being here
By the way,
also.
keep sending notes because they're looking at heart disease too. So the more hearts we get, the better.
That is very true. The more hearts we get, the better. Indeed, they are. They're three areas of study: um, cardiovascular disease, neurocognitive diseases, and autoimmune diseases. And one of the things I learned while researching for this episode is in America, every 34 seconds, someone is dying from heart disease. And so I mean, if there ever was a need, in fact, according to the research I did, heart disease is the number one killer of people in the United States. So the research is very, very important on all of these different fronts, on all their three main research areas. But going back to the
You know,
mission statement,
in my neighborhood where I live in New Jersey, there's a uh, elementary school, and it's called the Salk School, Salk. And if everybody remembers, this guy Salk is the one who created the polio vaccine, and now there's no more polio. And how did he do that? He didn't wake up one morning and go to a microscope and say, "Hey, I think I got it." It took research. And as a result of that research, we now have this crippling, I guess, disease you could call it, that doesn't inflict anybody anymore here because of that. So when I look at that, I say, what can they come up with next that could be life affecting? But unfortunately, it takes money. You know, money is in everything that we want to do. That's good. And that's the problem with this is they got to raise money.
well, speaking of, we'll talk about that telethon you have coming up soon. But I did also want to mention, as people know, with this stream, I'm streaming basically 24-hour content marathon. 50% of all the revenues from this stream will go to the Masonic Medical Research Institute, be it, be it a super chat, a gift, ad revenues. If you join me on Facebook, Patreon, I'm monetized there as well, and will help out what is truly a Masonic gem. So going back to, hello, Stephanie Lockhart. Smokey, somebody said, called you new guy. The new guy on here is Most Worshipful Brother Bill Sardone. Might be new somewhat to the channel, though he's been on here before, but he's not new to Freemasonry. He's a 55-year Mason and past Grand Master in New York. Freemasonry, I've said
It's
this a
always
million
nice to be
times.
called new.
There you go. You're new to Smokey, who, by the way, I'm going to be streaming with today at 9 p.m. Eastern on my other channel as part of this content marathon. So you can find me there. People ask me why I'm so passionate about Freemasonry. Part of the reason is just because I love it, and it is what it is. It's kind of like asking me why I love my favorite song. At a certain point, you just love the things you love. But part of it also is I recognize that Freemasonry isn't just important for Freemasons. In fact, in some ways, that's the least important part of it. Freemasonry is important for humankind, for mankind. In so many different ways, Freemasonry improves the lives of communities. And one way it does so is through organizations like the Masonic Medical Research Institute. For example, all right, by the way, I'm going to be a little bit quicker on the hides and the timeouts this time, people. So no racist stuff in the chat. The mission statement of the Masonic Medical Research Institute is to, research for cures and treatments for all humankind. They use that specifically, not for Masons, not for Masons and their families, not for active Masons, for everyone, for all humans, or all humankind. And you talked about that in your answers to my question. So, as a past master, as a past grandmaster, as someone who loves the Masonic Medical Research Institute, can you talk about how important you consider MMRI to be not just to Masons, but to everyone, to people in general, and Freemasonry more in general, why it's important for the world that Freemasonry continues to exist.
Well, once again, let me emphasize the fact that I am not a scientist. What I do is I look, and you mentioned some of the things that they do. And I remember as Grand Master when I went and met with Dr. Maria Contaridis, who's the executive director. I knew in the first 5 minutes I wasn't going to play Scrabble with her because she has words that you can't even fit in that little tiny pegboard then when you go play Scrabble anyway. But the intelligence that's there is the results of passion, patience, skill, and obviously funding that they have. But the opportunities that are there are, in case in point, in one situation with autism. Now, autism is one of the things that they have started to tackle. And I say tackle because it's really, when I was growing up, we didn't know what the word autism was. And it's really something that's come out in the latter part of my generation. And what we've done is we have a family where the sons and the next generation down of grandchildren are autistic. And what they have volunteered to do was submit themselves, their blood, and whatever they do for testing. And it looks like that they have appeared to have um, segregated or isolated a gene that got passed on from one generation to another. So sadly enough, this member of the family said, this is where our bloodline ends because they're not going to pass this gene on again to someone else. They haven't figured out a way to cure it. I don't think there is a way to cure autism, but they have found in this particular grouping of this family, this gene that got passed down from one to another. That's a start. That is completely a start, which I don't think anybody else knew at the time. And that alone is something that startled me because all you do is hear about it, but you never figure out or hear the traces of how it begins or how it flows. So that's just one issue of it. PTSD, come on, we all know what that is. I was in the military. I did 38 years in the Army. Uh, I don't think I have PTSD, but some people don't know that they do or not. Some do. Some have it drastically where it does affect them. Law enforcement people have it. They see things that the human eye shouldn't see. EMS, things of that nature, and they are now looking into ways to see what they can do to either slow it down, stem it down, or I guess you could say buffer it in people's minds. But that's at the beginning stages as well. So there's a few things that I see here that I have hear about. We hear about veterans every 22 minutes or something like that. One of them commits suicide because of PTSD. That probably is true. And if that could be prevented, as well as those in EMS and law enforcement, that's something to be thought about and would be a boon to all of us.
So, Smokey the Clown, my connection sucks. I'm trying to do a super chat, just keeps spinning. I appreciate the work, Smokey. There's going to be lots of time to do super chats over the next 24 hours. So, if you can't do it now, that's okay. You can always try to reset, or you can donate through Patreon. I pay attention to which donations come on my various platforms, and I will make sure to send half of that over to MMRI. No DR. All my kids in my class got vaccinations, no problems. I've said it a million times. I'm a big believer in vaccinations. In fact, when I did my last episode with the Masonic Medical Research Institute, it was during COVID, and there was discussion on COVID vaccines and the importance of those. I'm not really ashamed, isn't the right word, but I do regret the fact that Masonic Medical Research Institute is not something I knew about for the majority of my Masonic career. I didn't really learn about it until I started the podcast, which kind of forced me to learn about things within Freemasonry that I didn't know about, like MMRI. So for you, you're a New York Mason. If I recall correctly, you were initiated, passed, and raised in New York, unless I'm mistaken.
Right.
Is MMRI more or better well known in New York State, let's say, or within New York Freemasonry? Because I do feel like you've making a lot of, not just you, but you, Robert, Ross will be on later, have put a lot of effort into getting the information about MMRI out to the public. So first of all, what is it? Is it well known in New York? And then what efforts are being made to make it well known outside of New York?
Well, let's look at the origins of this. This began almost 70 years ago. 70 years
1958.
ago, right? So 70 years ago, what do we have? We had carbon paper, fax machines, fax. People said fax was FACTS. They didn't know what the FAX was. Internet, no way. Um, I don't even know if they had IBM Selectric typewriters at the time. Right? There was probably ribbon typewriters. So the communication out to the world and things of that nature at that time was uh, maybe somewhat on TV, but certainly not down to the local levels of science. Maybe newspapers, but that still was local. So the technology of between the beginning and the origins of the MMRI and now have dramatically improved. And we are known. We are known in Greece. We are known in Portugal. We are known in Brazil. We're even known in Connecticut. Look at that. How far away is that, Connecticut? We're known in many different locations. But being known is one thing, supporting is another. And we still need to be known more. We still need to get more public relations out there more. We still need to do it. And there's a lot of other research organizations. There's a lot of other very good humanitarian groups that are out there that we don't take away from. It's people have to make a choice of what they have. In fact, today, while I was coming up here in my car, and right now I'm sitting in a hotel room because I'm on my way to another event up in the Albany area here tonight. I spoke to a Mason and told him, hey, you know what? I'm doing a telethon. He says, I know. He says, and one of our members donated heart cells to the MMRI. I said, you're kidding me. He says, no. And he's going to do a testimonial video of why he donated heart cells to the MMRI for study. That happened just on the way up here. That happened with one phone call. And, being a sales type guy, a funny thing happens if you don't try. Nothing. So I mention it to everybody. And every now and then, somebody's going to say, you know what? I remember that. You know what? I want to donate to that. You know what? I think it's a good cause. You know what? I think I want to get behind this. And that's the intent of doing this. I'm a lucky guy. Everything I've gotten involved in, I get behind it 100%, or else I just don't bother with it at all. Masonry is one of them. Military was another one. Corporate America at AT&T was another one. This happens to be something that maybe because I'm a little bit older, a little bit of gray hair here, and I want to live a little bit longer, so maybe they have a solution for me. They don't have a solution for my gray hair with a pill, but they might have a solution for something else that might extend my life with quality.
I really like kind of what you said there, and I do want to switch over and touch on that a little bit, right? If you don't try, you're not going to succeed, period. Do you think that in Freemasonry, again, and we can speak generally, you can speak from your 55 years of experience, one of the things I have felt being a Mason for just about 20 years, which is crazy, is sometimes we in Freemasonry, it feels like we are afraid to try new things or try different things. Imagine if the Masons of New York in 1958 had been afraid to try something new. There'd be no Masonic Medical Research Institute, right? To what extent do you think we in Freemasonry are perhaps not focused as much as we need to be on being willing to take risks, try new things, try different things, whatever it might be? Like, what are your views on that?
You know what? That we need more bandwidth and we need more time for me to go down that road. But let me give you some short ideas of way I think of that. First of all, sometimes we're driven into change and we have to accept change. There's a thing that they say you can either accept change or reject change. And if you reject change, you're going to be a victim of it. So, and COVID came upon us. If I had, as Grand Master, if I had said to my membership, let's try doing a Zoom, they would have been counting the days until I was out of office. COVID came, and now Zoom is, let's have committee meetings. We have a lodge meeting where somebody can look in from the end, not during the tile meeting, but from another portion. Tremendous amount of stuff. Look at this YouTube channel that we're using here. Technology is something that we probably could embrace a little bit more. But technology isn't the only thing. If you're going to use technology, you have to have something on it. You have to have something you're going to say, something you're going to do. During my term as Grand Master, we were very innovative and creative. But one of the things I did is I listened to the members. And the members are the ones who have the ideas of what they want to do. And the power of the Grand Master is enormous, the enormous authority that that individual has. And you can use that to either get behind what the members want, if it makes sense and it's affordable, or you just don't. And you have to be very, very open-minded. And having come from a corporate experience running sales at AT&T and coming from the military, I'm a sales guy that doesn't like to fail in his mission. So I'm willing to try new and different things. And during my term, we did. We tried new and innovative things with membership. We put up billboards around the state of New York, billboards. And the billboards had a big Masonic emblem on it. And they said, we just don't have friends lists, we have real friends. And what we did is we picked locations around the state that the individual lodges knew, and we gave them criteria. It had to be a stop sign. It had to be an intersection that had a traffic light. It couldn't be next to a junkyard. Couldn't be next to a pawn shop, PAWN shop, or another kind of shop either. But it had to be somewhere where it was in a decent place. And what happened is we had a tremendous amount of grandsons that saw that sign. And there was a period of time when a man went to lodge, got all dressed up with his tux, went out the door, and little Joey or Johnny said, "Where are you going tonight?" He says, "The lodge. What are you going to do there?" "Well, I'm going to see Mr. Jones, who owns the grocery store, Mr. Smith, who has a gas station. What are you going to do there?" "Can't tell you." Men probably said, "Well, I don't know if I'm going to join this thing. He doesn't tell me what's going on." Now that's just kind of changed a little bit. And today we have grandsons that are doing ancestry.com. They're sending their spit away to check their DNA, all this other stuff. And then sometimes in the jewelry box that's handed to them by the family is a Masonic ring. And sometimes they do the lineage and they find out that their grandfather was a Mason and want to know more about it. And some of them want to follow in that.
It's
And
absolutely
that's
the
what they
case.
do.
You see that all the time. We know about we know about kind of the generation gap in Freemasonry. Famously, you had a significant number of boomers joining, a very reduced number of Gen X. Millennials started to rejoin at significant numbers. The issue with millennials has been retention more so than membership or joining. But I think, yeah, trying to get the grandkids in, maybe we lost the dads, although sometimes, you have a grandfather join, then a grandson join, then the father joins once again. You have kind of that interesting hopscotch. I really think, and we do have, by the way, some conspiracy theory folks in the chat, so be it, it happens. But the thing about being on social media, I do have to correct you a little bit, or not correct you, but I want to rephrase something because we got the conspiracy theorist online. You said the power of the Grandmaster is immense. Want to make sure people know, and I always remind this to people, it's a Grandmaster, right? Because Freemasonry is decentralized. So there's no single
Well,
Grandmaster that controls everything.
it's
Because
immense
sometimes
in his jurisdiction.
that's right. Because unfortunately, one of the conspiracies that we get around Freemasonry is the idea that there's a single global Masonic Grandmaster kind of controls everything. And so I'm always careful about that. I know you know that, but I want other people
That's
to
true. I
remember
get
that
it.
as well.
That's a good
So,
point.
Ben, you need to calm down a bit in the chat. No, Freemasons are not doing any of that stuff. I'm going to put you in a timeout for a second to calm down a bit. I want to go back to the question I asked you before. You joined 55 years ago. How quickly after you first joined did you learn about the Masonic Medical Research Institute, or is it something you knew about even before you were a Freemason? Um,
I might have known a little bit about it because prior to this, I was in a boy called the Order of Malay, and that's another international organization as well. And I was in that from the ages of 14 when I could join, and at 21, you're automatically uh, majorityed out of the organization. And at that time in New York, at 21, you could become a Mason. So the day I was 21, I put a petition into my lodge. And, um, when you join a lodge, you get a fire hose of brochures, a fire hose of information, a fire hose of everything we have. And that's okay. And I think it takes time to learn your lodge, learn the members that are in your lodge, learn what you do in your community. And as time goes on, you hear and learn about the other things that are bigger and outside of your lodge. My lodge happened to be in the Bronx, or as we say, the Bronx. And that's where my lodge met. And that's where I went for my lodge meetings. And to be honest with you, for the first probably 8 or 9 years of my career in Masonry, I thought the Masonry was in the Bronx, and our Grand Lodge in 23rd Street. And then as time went on, and I expanded out to go with some Masons to some other events, we found out we had a Masonic Care community in Utica, New York. We found out we had the George Washington DeWitt Clinton location in Tapan, New York, Masonic Medical Research Institute, Robert R. Livingston Library. We had all these other different things as well. So while we probably hear about it when we first join, to digest it and get to understand it, you need to be a Mason for probably some kind of a period of time, and then you'll meld yourself into it. But the good thing about it is that they're always willing to accept new people who want to be interested.
Not being a New Yorker, not being from there, how far, out of curiosity, because I think most people will know where New York City is. The Masonic Medical Research Institute is located in Utica, New York. How far away is that from New York City? To give people a sense of the
That's
kind of.
actually that's in the center of the state. It's in the center of the state. That's where the laboratory itself is. Um, that's where the equipment is. That's where the scientists are. Um, that's where they're continuing to improve. In fact, they didn't have enough room in the building, so instead of going up, they dug down and they went down another floor because they had more equipment that they needed to put in that they raised some money for. And this equipment isn't stuff that you get from Radio Shack. If anybody remembers what Radio Shack is, you can't get it from Amazon. They probably know what that is. This is equipment, that's scientific equipment that costs millions of dollars to purchase and then maintain. It's got to be maintained as well and updated so that you have the accuracies of what can be done today. I remember a number of years ago, I was involved with a small healthcare company, where we had lithotrip machines that and they were happy to get the ones from New York that were outdated because they had none. And continually, this equipment needs to be updated for new stuff all the time because of new rules, regulations, and opportunities for research. So uh, we have that there, and the Research Institute is in Utica, New York, but we have ambassadors, is what we call them, in almost every state that can go out there and talk about what we have and talk us up, get donations, and maybe somebody who wants to assist with research as well, or partner with this research institute in Utica, New York.
So, you're a Mason from the Bronx 55 years ago. You join, you learn about, well, DeMolay first, right? You learn about the Masonic Medical Research Institute along the journey as you're given information about it and about what's in Freemasonry or in New York State specifically. At what point did kind of it switch from just knowing about the Masonic Medical Research Institute to becoming such an active supporter of it? You described yourself, right, when we were talking, as when I asked your role within MMRI, you said you're a supporter. You're maybe the biggest supporter of MMRI, the Research Institute. So at what point did you start to realize how important the Research Institute was, not just for Freemasonry, but really, as the mission statement says, for all humankind?
Well, first of all, my ego would like to think that I am the biggest supporter of it. And my ego, I'm happy that this hotel here had a big enough door to get my head through the door here. But my ego is pretty big. I get it. But I think there are other people who are probably uh, bigger supporters of the Institute than I am. I just happen to be the face of it right now because I've seen what goes on. As a lodge over the years and as a district over the years, what we would do is if we had the time, we would put a caravan together and we would come up to the Medical Research Institute and they would give us a tour for the day. And they do tours almost every day of different entities that want to come in, not just from New York, but from anywhere in the world. Recently, we had a big contingent from the Philippines that had come to witness and go through a tour of the Masonic Medical Research Institute because they had doctors and research individuals that wanted to partner with us as well. So these tours go on all the time. Now, I will admit that when I was working, running as an executive in sales for AT&T, I had a couple other things in my mind. When I was with the military in Desert Shield, Desert Storm, and some of the other conflicts, I had a couple other things in my mind. And then I did this miraculous thing called retired. And I retired from both of these. And it wasn't that I was looking for something to do, but in my retirement, as the planets lined up, I became Grand Master of not only the organization of DMLA for the entire world, but after that, Grand Master of New York. And when you're the CEO of an organization, which is really what a Grand Master is, you have more of a knowledgeable base of the entities of everything that goes on in your organization. And the MMRI was one of them. And I remember going to an MMRI meeting, and in it was the mayor, councilman, executive, locals, and senator. We have Senator Griffo, who's a of what we do, as well as other senators. And I said, this is something that I probably should be giving more thought to because obviously the bigger things that come to your mind is the Masonic care community, which is taking care of indigent uh, individuals, Masons, as well as those from the outside world, those who are mobile, those who are totally independent. And that's a huge 400-acre campus that takes your attention. And then the MMRI was there as well. And what I found out is that the MMRI, even though it's situated in Utica, New York, had something that none of our other entities really had, and that was a global impact. Now, does the library have a global impact? Yeah, it probably does. Maybe there's somebody from Brazil that wants to look at some kind of a charter or something that we might have that they don't have that was given to us by somebody. I get that. But the MMRI has a global impact every minute of the day because of the research that they do. And that's what caught my eye. That's what caught my attention, that this is much bigger than just the building that they're in and the location that they're in. And that's where I wanted to drive some more of the public relations, which is why we're looking to raise more money so that we can get more grants and people to come in to do some work. Now, luckily, Dr. Maria Contreras, extremely well known. I don't have to tell you how smart she is. I am lucky that I can keep up with a conversation with her. She has these scientists that come in fully funded with grants, but we still have to get the equipment for them to work on. We still have to supply the location for them. We still have to get the instruments that are there, the um, laboratory set up and all of that. We still have to do that. Then, we couldn't afford to do everything. We couldn't afford to pay the scientists and get that. So now we are in the throes of grants. What scientists with that infrastructure?
You mentioned you had people from the Philippines do tours, Masons from around the world, non-Masons as well. Have you taken part in any of those tours yourself? And what have been some of the remarks you've heard from visitors, be they Masons or non-Masons, as they go through these tours and as they check out what is truly, like I said, one of the gems of Freemasonry?
I've gone on a tour. That's good. I went on another tour. It was different because things changed. And now what I do is, maybe because I've been a grandmaster or whatever, sometimes I just stop by and I'll ask a scientist, hey, how's it going? Now, there's some areas that are secure, that are nobody can get into because of the cleanliness. You got to go through the clean thing and all this other stuff. And I don't really care to impose on that. But there are scientists that are working on things. There are scientists that are standing there. And you know what? They have dumbed it down enough so that my one cylinder mind can understand what they're doing and I can get it. And I can get it. And if I, as the average layman, can understand it, that means that there's something going on there that's good. And also, they're very patient with me as well. But they have PowerPoints, they have charts, we have a scientist that's, uh, I think, 2 or 3 floors down in the basement, and he can take a cell, put it on a slide, put it underneath a microscope, and it has a heartbeat. It's actually beating. And he's working on that to, I guess, to assist with trying to understand strokes and how they can be prevented and things of that nature.
Sorry, we do have a
After
question.
okay,
So we have a question
I
here
can
from
go
Yo
on.
Maple, and I want to make sure to get to it because he's been a great friend of the channel. Um, and by the way, my dad is here. Goodbye, Dad. I love you. Thank you for joining as always. Enjoy. It's Friday, so you're going to go see your buddies at the Legion. So enjoy that. And I love you. Thanks for being here. So Yo Maple asks, what can the public do or do more of to help raise the funding necessary to advance research and procure equipment requirements? I can tell you one thing you can do, or the public can do, is give a super chat here or join me on Patreon. And 50% of what you donate or contribute will go to MMRI, or just keep watching because all the ad revenues, or 50% of the ad revenues, go to MMRI as well. I know that you guys have a telethon coming up, which is open to anybody. So I'll let you take it away now.
That's a
And
good
what
point.
can we do? What can the public do to help support the MMRI in its efforts to procure this necessary equipment?
Okay, here's a good thing we're going to try and do. This we are going to do for the MMRI, first time ever, ever. We're going to do a global telethon. It's going to be pushed out over the internet. It's going to be on October 6th at 7 p.m. Eastern. It's going to be on for about an hour. And in that hour, we're going to have phones behind us where people can dial in and they can donate. They'll be able to talk to scientists if they have this specific question that they might have. They can probably speak to a scientist. We can't spend all day and I should say all night, going through the intricacies of it. But what we can do is we can get the information for you or that individual, and we can get back to them the next day or the day after or the day after, whatever's convenient, and have a conversation about what their specific question is. That's number one. Number two, I have done 2 telethons before for masonry. I did one, I think it was 2019. I did one in the dead of COVID. And I'm the only grandmaster on the planet that has singularly done a telethon. Now, I remember when I went out to some lodges and I talked to them, went out to some people, I said, we're going to do a telethon. They thought it was an app on their phone. And I had to say, it was what Jerry Lewis used to do. Well, that was another thing that nobody remembered was Jerry Lewis. But there are telethons that are being done, and sometimes they're done at obscure times of the night on some local channel that you have to have a satellite dish that faces Jupiter or something to try and get. But we're going to shove ours out over the internet. We've already gone through the planning of it. And on that, you'll be able to dial in, you'll be able to hear some scientists, you'll be able to ask some questions of people who are, let me put it this way, knowledgeable about research and about the science. And that's one way you can do it. Now, if you're looking to find out how you can get on, well, I don't know who these people are that you have here, Cameron, but we can get you the information that you can send to them to show them how they can log in and watch this telethon and participate in it.
I mean, absolutely send me the info and I'll do a post, right? I am a Masonic Medical Research Institute ambassador. I'm proud to be one. And I feel like my role, even though I understand, and we're going to talk to you about the ambassador program in a second, right? I think a lot of
Sure.
people, view their role as being an ambassador, as being primarily an ambassador within their Masonic lodges and within Freemasonry. I do view my role a little bit differently. I view my role as an ambassador more so to connect with the public as a whole. and be an ambassador to non-Masons as well as Masons, because I would say for this channel, my audience is probably 75 non-Masons, 25 Masons. Sometimes it goes up to 50-50. But I do have more, as a general rule, non-Masons and Masons here. So I consider myself uniquely situated as an ambassador to connect with non-Masons about the Masonic Medical Research Institute. No worries, Yo Maple. When you have to run, you have to run. Super Mayo Man, good for you. Are you sharing the beer? He asked of Dad. By the way, most worshipful Grand Master Bill Sardone, as the most worshipful, I got to ask you this. We have somebody on the chat who swears that he eats mayonnaise and Oreos together. What do you think of that? I think that should be a Masonic offense if you're a Mason and would do such a thing. What are your thoughts on this person and his crazy dietary habits?
That he has mayonnaise and Oreos together?
Apparently, that's what he says.
Really? Well, I tell you what, if he wants to donate, we can do some research on it.
There you go, Super Mayo. If you donate a super chat, tell you what, if we can raise some money for the Masonic Medical Research Institute, maybe I will try these mayonnaise and Oreo combination. It sounds terrible to me. I hate mayonnaise, but that's neither here nor there.
Mayonnaise and Oreos could be a slippery slope that's has a sweet ending.
Well, next thing you know, you're putting, ketchup on hot dogs, which is also an offense, and then who knows where it ends. So going back to kind of what you were talking about before I jumped into the question from Yo Maple,
Culinary.
the idea of you learn about the Masonic Medical Research Institute, you start to take tours, you check out the location, you talk to the scientists there. At what point do you feel like or maybe the MMRI in general, you really switched from learning about it to actively yourself or New York really promoting it? Because it does seem to me, at least from the outside looking in, and it could just be my ignorance, but within the last, I would say 5 or 6 years, there's been much more of an effort and much more of a focus on promotion of MMRI. Most recently, for example, through the ambassador program. So I guess
that's easy to answer. 5, 6 years ago, there's a combination of two things that happened. One was I was Grand Master, I became Grand Master, and the other was Dr. Maria Contaridis came on as the executive director. So the two of us came on at the same time. And I don't have very many skills, but one of the skills that I have is understanding someone who has passion, who has desire, and always wants to look for a positive solution to something. And I saw that in Dr. Contaridis. And between the two of us, we teamed up to not only promote the Masonic Medical Research Institute, but she also teamed up with me to promote Masonry as well. So it was a terrific combination. So I guess it's my ego showing again, but between the two of us showing up at the same time, it was a tremendous, it was a combination, I guess, is maybe some people on here maybe say that the universe worked in our favor to put us time to help promote. But you can't promote a great car if the car doesn't run well. You can't promote a vehicle that's terrific if it only has 3 wheels. So I was able to promote what was going on with the Masonic Medical Research Institute because Dr. Contaridis was making sure that there weren't just 4 wheels on that car, but 5. And as a result of that, we were able to exponentially kick up the public relations aspect and knowledge and focus of the MMRI because of her joining the institution and as myself as being a sales guy as the Grand Master to promote it.
Just so you know, we have a bit of a controversy brewing right now on the chat. Somebody has mentioned they know somebody that does mustard in Oreos, spicy mustard. I don't know exactly. Now that's the thing. I don't know about what this weird combination of condiments and Oreos is, but we'll deal with that later. It must be a New York thing since you're on the
Well, let,
channel.
let these two guys, let the two of them get together and just try mustard and mayo together and skip the Oreos, see what they think.
I mean, I don't. There's one good condiment, and that's mustard, and that's the end of it, or hot sauce. I'm not a fan of ketchup as a general rule, or mayonnaise. I
Do
think
they
they're
open
both
up?
gross.
Do they open? Do they open up the Oreo and just eat the inside, or they do the whole thing? I mean, there's a lot of different ways of doing this here. We could flip out on this.
We should get the scientists to do some like who better to research things, right, than scientists. So let's see if we can get the. Oh, by the way, thank you, Stephanie Lockhart. We have got a super chat, $27.99.
Excellent.
$28.03 in the YouTube app. So thank you so much for that. As you know, that will go to, or 50% of that will go to the Masonic Medical Research Institute. So I'm grateful for that. Um, you know, the
As we as we say, your donations make sense.
as they say indeed. I'm
A
curious,
little bit of a
and
pun now. Stay with me.
really I'm not sure if I should be asking you this. I probably would make more sense to try to get uh, doctor, PhD on to discuss it more. But nonetheless, I'll ask you from your experience, what is the relationship like from the scientific or the scientist perspective coming in to the MMRI and learning about Freemasonry? I'm not sure if Dr. Honditis, if she knew, if Dr. Maria, if she knew about Freemasonry before she joined MMRI. But have you found that the scientists are interested to learn about Freemasonry? Like have questions in the same way I'm sure you have questions about their research. Do they have questions with you about Freemasonry and the Masonic Medical Research Institute? Because I'm sure that's a very fascinating kind of relationship. But before you answer that, hold on just one second.
At Stephanie Lockhart 8028 member, 1 month, 27 Canadian dollars and 99 cents.
Every super chat gets text to speech. So go ahead. Yeah, what's that relationship like? Scientists learning about masonry and masons learning about the science.
As far as Masons learning about the science, um, if you're like me and you really want to listen to what they're saying, you're like deer in the headlights, unless you're a scientist or a doctor to begin with. Uh, so that's why they put it into a language that's understandable for myself and many others. As far as them learning about masonry, a lot of them do ask questions. I mean, if you're working for a, uh, uh, a research company that's owned by Acme Incorporated, obviously you're going to know about your employer and who they are and what they do. In our case, it's a very unique situation because masonry has many facets to it. One of the biggest ones is charity. And they are working for a 501c3 nonprofit organization. And we're very charitable as Masons. And the funding that keeps everything going is basically Masonic donations, in addition to outside grants that Dr. Maria Contaridis and her staff are continually applying for and in some cases receive. But grants through the government and things of that nature, I mean, I don't need to tell you what's going on with Medicare, Medicaid, and how all of that's being changed and cut back and changed. And grants are in that same lot. Not that they're not achievable, it's just that you have to work harder to get them. But as far as the scientists go, many of them have asked about it and many of them understand it. We've asked many of them to come to different lodges to talk about it. And some of them have. But don't forget, the Masonic Medical Research Institute, while it has the word Masonic in it, we are looking to draw from not only the Masonic eyes and wallets, we're looking to draw from the entire block of humanity that would like to donate towards the research that's there. Now, research, that's a very, very difficult thing to put your arms around, but we do know that research, when done properly and for a number of period of time can come out and do something, come out with a cure of something. You know, you have high blood pressure, they give you losartan or something of that nature to take. How did they figure that out? Research. You have, high kidney issues, you can take a pill for that. Had they figured that out? Research. So who knows what the next thing is that they can come out with that's going to be beneficial to us. But the idea is that while we're looking for money, or donations or funding and resources, it's not just from the Masonic community. It's from entities that have foundations that have not excess money, but money that they can only give to a 501c3 type of organization, which is us. They have money that's there that can only be given for maybe education, and we do educate there. They have a fellows program where they bring in students that go on, and they bring in students not just that are college students, but I interviewed one, I guess about a month and a half ago, who was high school. And as a result of this young man coming in on a internship, he's now going to apply for a medical school to go to and continue his research there. Some of these students wind up coming back and working for the Research Institute, Masonic Medical Research Institute. So we're not only educational, we're also problem solving in some cases.
You know, somebody, you mentioned grants above. By the way, I just want to mention we're getting international right now. We have got Spirit of Justice from Brazil. Forgive me if I'm mistaken, Spirit of Justice on the channel. We got Agampreet Singh on the channel. Hello to you. One Canadian brother here and one New York brother here. He said hello to my Canadian brothers. One Canadian, one New Yorker, but you can be an honorary Canadian right now if you'd like.
Okay.
You know, somebody here mentioned above, and forgive me, I forget who made the comment. It's been a little while because we got talking other subjects, but I do want to go back to it because you mentioned grants. I read the annual report. I do know that MMRI does receive grants for the work that it does. Somebody above mentioned Pell grants. Now, I know that's an American thing. I'm not really familiar with them, but to your knowledge, does MMRI, the Masonic Medical Research Institute, receive Pell grants?
I got to be honest with you. I don't know. I don't know if they do or not. And that's.
I'll have to double check. I'll double
don't know.
check with
Well, the ones who know are the two guys coming on after me, Ross and Dr. Houston. I particularly don't know. I do know that some of these grants we get are very, very difficult to achieve because some of the grants are that will give you the money after you get, we'll say, 25 employees working on this particular research. So we have to now go out and hire individuals to do this job. And when you reach that magic number, we'll say, for argument's sake, 25, then we're going to give you the money. So here we are, we have 10. And now we're paying these 10. And now we have 10 people that are getting medical, whatever it is, all the benefits, whatever. And now we get to 12. Okay, but we're still not at the 25 yet. We still haven't gotten that money yet. And now we're still paying these people. Okay. One of them decides that they're going to move to South Carolina. Now we're back down to 11. And now we still have to go out, and we have to still go out and hire, vet, make sure they fit, make sure they know what they're doing, and they have to be there. That doesn't happen overnight. So now we have to get up to that magic number of 25, sustain it, and then we get the grant money. But we've expended all of this money until we've gotten to them, that we have to sustain ourselves.
Oh, we lost you there for a second. I think you're back now. Looks like your
I had a
screen
call that
was.
came in.
Oh, there you go. Alrighty. Which does happen. I get used to it as well. Don't worry. Technical difficulties are always going to be part of this whole thing called streaming. If we do have technical difficulties, just a reminder, we'll just restart the stream. Just so long as you stay here on this channel or you have your notification bell turned on, you're not going to miss us. I do want to, just mention, because I mispronounced her name, it is Dr. Maria Contaritis. I think I called her Maria Contis or something.
I call him Dr. Maria Contaritis. Some say Contaritis. Tomato. I don't know.
But I got to get her.
First of all, she hasn't corrected me yet on Contaritis, so I guess I'm doing okay.
I got to get her on this channel. I'd love to talk to her. I got to send her an email. How excited are you for the October 2026 telethon? I'm going to leave it to you to give the plug. When is it taking place? How do you take part in it? Obviously, we'll share the links here. But what is this telethon, and how excited are you to be the host? And how did you get to be the host? Who did you have to, how did that come about? I mean, you're so handsome and well-spoken, it makes sense. But nonetheless, how did you get so lucky as to be the host of this telethon?
Well, lucky is probably, I'm lucky in everything I do. Let's put it that way. I'm just lucky enough to be in the right place at the right time for many of the successes that I've been a part of throughout my life, and hopefully more to come. Like I said before, I had done a telethon in 2019 for Masonry in New York. And one of the reasons I did the telethon is at the beginning of what we started here, where people were afraid to try new things. I know that our Scottish Rite had done a telethon, and I helped co-host that. And they did two of them, and I helped co-host it. And I said, I think we can do this. Now, they had a massive studio. They had a tremendous amount of resources. I had 2 or 3 people. But what I did is I leaned on the former people that worked with me at AT&T, and they came and helped support us with the lighting, with the cameras, and our own internal people that I had. We figured out how to pump this out over fiber, and we took a shot. And all I had was a blue line pad for an hour or two of what we were going to do. And we put it out to the world that we were going to do a telethon. And why? Because I wanted to tell the world that we're here to help elderly people, indigent people, children, charities. We're here to do more than just what everybody kind of thinks. And if you have a problem with that, let me know. But I'm going to go out before the world and I'm going to tell you what we do. And I did that for about an hour and a half. And in there, we had the opportunity to explain some of the things that we here do. And one of them was the Masonic Medical Research Institute. And Dr. Maria Contaritis, potato, she got on and she talked about what she did, as well as another scientist was with her. And we didn't spend an hour and a half talking about it. We had enough entities that were on there. And in between each one, we had videos that were put on of testaments of individuals that were like holding up a check saying, we're going to give you this check for $5,000, Grandmaster. We think you're crazy doing this, but we're going to do it anyway. We're going to give you money. The bottom line is, during that particular period of time, we raised a couple $100,000. And one person donated a sizable amount of money because he said, finally, we tried it. It was a leap of faith that we did this. And the next time I did one was in the middle of COVID. I didn't expect to make any money in COVID on that. We made about $55,000 to $60,000. I wanted to do it to let people know in the world we were still here. You know, we didn't close up shop. We were still getting together via Zoom and all this other stuff. But we were still an entity that was still trying to help people. We were still bringing pizza and donuts to nurses who were working 15, 20-hour shifts at hospitals. And we go out and we would buy these 400 or 500 packs of slices of pizza, and we'd leave it at the front desk for them to come and eat. We were still doing those kind of things, and that was what I did in the telethon. So Dr. Contaritis, being a very forward thinker that she is, decided that it would be good if the MMRI did a telethon. And they asked me to come up in March and tell them how I did mine and how we put ours together. And I gave them all the good stuff of what we did. I didn't tell them what went wrong because we fixed it. There's no reason to tell anybody what goes wrong. We just tell them what goes right and how it works. And when we were all done, I said, you'd also need to find a host that has some kind of a scientific background that you can probably have that can relate to the audience. And that's when Dr. Contreras said, well, we'd like you to be the host. I said, well, I didn't even take chemistry. So she said, we still would like you to be the host. And, ego of Bill Sardone, I said, okay. So I am going to be the host, and I am going to work through it because I don't think I need to know where that amoeba to know what the end results are of what research can do, of how people can have better lives, how you can do different things as a result of people trying new things. And let me tell you something. The research, when you get to the end of what you're doing, if it doesn't work, it piece of it may work for somebody else's research that they didn't see. So there's no such thing as a failure. What it is an opportunity to see either what we're not going to do in this anymore or what maybe can help somebody else's research somewhere else.
Well, I
It's
mean,
a
that is,
myriad of opportunities.
I 100% agree with that as a philosophy. It's something I've talked about a lot in the past. I think if if a Masonic Lodge tries something and it's not successful, or at least not as successful as they wanted it to be, that doesn't automatically mean the effort was a failure, because another lodge can see what they did and what they tried to do and figure out maybe where they went wrong, what they did right, what they did wrong. And then that will create a new idea for them. And then they'll try something and it'll be a little bit better. Or the lodge itself tries again the next year, fixes, the mistakes. It's a little bit better, right? Like the willingness to be able to try something, even if you don't succeed as much as you want in the moment, it doesn't mean, and this is for masonry, this is for life, it doesn't mean that there's not valuable lessons to be learned, right? It's not you either win or lose. It's you either win or learn. As Yo Maple says, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, from Wayne Gretzky, which is very true. I think Freemasonry, unfortunately, this is my personal opinion, has not taken a lot of shots it perhaps should have for a variety of reasons. Lucid Concepts said, I'm willing to share your community and causes. Hopefully you will be willing to do the same for my community. We are all trying to help people. I mean, Lucid Concepts, in theory, yes. Although obviously I need to know more about what your community is. But I do know Freemasons help a ton of different communities, right? Whether it be the homeless community, people affected by war, humanitarian crises, the forest fires in Washington. Freemasonry is helping a variety of communities. And one of its greatest strengths, and it helps people with, in this case, heart disease, autoimmune diseases, PTSD, cognitive neurotherapy, or cognitive diseases as well, or cognitive issues, autism, neurocognitive. That's what I was looking for. So we help a lot of communities within Freemasonry. It's one of the greatest strengths of it, I think, without a question. Do you? Oh, Yo Maple, a pilot doesn't need to know how to build an aircraft to fly it well, nor does the aeronautical engineer need to be a pilot to build the aircraft. I think that's correct in the sense of, and what he's saying in your case is, right, you don't need to necessarily know the science to know the promotional aspects necessary for a telethon. But, has there been anything throughout this process of supporting the Masonic Medical Research Institute, anything that has surprised you or you learned that you weren't expecting? Something that kind of almost caught you by surprise about what the MMRI does, or just things that you just find really interesting or fascinating that maybe you didn't expect to learn.
Well, having been involved with two huge careers in the things that I've done, you you come across a lot of different personalities and diversity. And the MMRI has a tremendous amount of personalities and diversity. And one of that is always open and willing to talk to you about what they're doing or help you. Um, everybody's willing to, it's like everybody's happy to be there. And, you know, when in masonry is filled with volunteers, obviously. And, you know, as Grand Master, I'd wake up in the morning and I would hope all 35,000, 40,000 were volunteering that day. When you're working for AT&T, you say, well, everybody's getting paid today, so I'm sure they're working. But when you have volunteers that are doing this, now, the funny thing is that these scientists, I know they take their work home with them. They don't stop thinking about it at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock or whatever. They take their ideas home with them and they come in the next day or that night. They might do something on their computers that might be something that they can stimulate for the next day. So one of the things that I'm impressed with is the overall culture and morale that I've seen when I walk around that people have. And happy people, people who feel good, in my eyes, do a better job and want to do a better job. It's just a small philosophy that I have is when people are treated fairly and they're given the best opportunity that they can to do their work, they do more than what is expected of them and sometimes put in extra time. I'm not looking for anybody to work 24 hours a day, 12 hours a day, 15 hours a day. I'm just looking for a good day, a good people to come out and have an answer to what they are looking to do. So the thing that impresses me is the fact that they're willing to try new things. That's always good for me. I always like people who are willing to try new things. The opportunity that they're willing to listen to a guy like me, who's not a scientist, who's just a regular guy from the outside world, to get my opinion. The fact that they're willing to take in anybody for a tour to learn more about what goes on. The fact that when I was Grand Master, we had a Zoom with scientists around the world for the first time that got people from India, Brazil, Portugal, and I think Spain to talk about what we have. And granted, they didn't know we were here. Granted, we didn't know some of them were there. And networking in this industry, if it's you could call it an industry, dramatically accelerates your opportunity for success. So
You know,
that's
I agree. Networking is so important. Spirit of Justice jumped on and wanted to. I mean, I mentioned it at the start, but I'll let you mention it this time, and you want to maybe even give a brief Masonic resume for those who are new or just joining. What Grand Lodge are you from? And who are you? Let's even ask that question. So I know some people have jumped off, new people have jumped on. So yeah, who are you? Which Grand Lodge are you from?
I am from the Grand Lodge of the state of New York, and I'm a past Grand Master. I was Grand Master 2018 to 2021. And
So right in the
I did a
heart of
couple other
COVID.
things too. Right in the heart of COVID. And COVID was you know, I was being in the military. There's one thing that you're taught in the military, and that's a thing called, you know, when the enemy's coming at you, you either adjust your weapon or you adjust yourself. And if you don't, you die. And when COVID was coming at us, they were the enemy. So we either had to adjust what we were doing or we were going to die. So we adjusted what we did in New York. We adjusted it with webinars. We adjusted it with different types of things. We adjusted by having a magic show on for children on a webinar. At the holiday time, we had Santa Claus was over there, and I was 6 to 10 feet away, and we had already gotten notes from parents, and I'd say, I got a note here, and he'd say, Dylan, I understand you want to have a skateboard. And then I would get a text from that mother that said, Dylan just saw that Santa knows he wants to have a skateboard. I mean, we were innovative and creative with the technology that we wouldn't have used prior to COVID probably. And we probably would have stuck with carbon paper and ribbons and typewriters. But COVID pushed us to try and do new things, and we utilized that to our benefit. We're still utilizing it today, obviously, because we're on this kind of a YouTube channel. But it doesn't take the place of in-person meetings where you can sit and have a discussion. You can shake the hand of somebody, look at somebody in the eye. It doesn't take the place of that. But this certainly accelerates it in a world of expense when it comes to travel and time. So I'm very happy with the way some of these results are. And Masonry. Uh, People said at the beginning that we were afraid to try new things. Well, the telethon is a new thing. It's one that I've done for my Grand Lodge. It's one that we're going to do for our Masonic Medical Research Institute. First time ever for that type of a subject matter. Masonry is a different type of subject matter. Science and research is a different type. It's going to attract a different type of audience. I get it. But the audience still benefits from anything good that comes out of the Research Institute. Everybody benefits from it. All of humanity can benefit from it. And that's the intent of what we're looking to do. And I'm not adverse to trying new things. You know as well as I do, we tried this model train thing, and now it's spiraled and it's not out of control. It's controlled, but it is growing all the time. And that could be for another whole entire podcast.
Are there areas? I'm not a big fan necessarily of talking about Freemasonry in the most general sense because Freemasonry is different everywhere, and different jurisdictions have different problems, different issues. They also have different successes, for that matter, different histories. As Spirit of Justice points out, there is a great Masonic history in New York City, without question. And yes, Spirit of Justice, I did mention the Research Institute. 50% of all super chats given over the next 24-hour period, as well as ad revenues, Patreons, will be going to MMRI. But more in general, right? The idea, most worshipful, of adjustment. Are there things in a general sense, like are there adjustments that you think Freemasonry needs to look at making that maybe it's not? Again, it's hard to say because Freemasonry is so diverse. But just in your experiences, what are some of the adjustments you think maybe Freemasonry needs to consider making in the
We've
next,
we've had surveys that have been done. I can't tell you how many years we've had surveys done about Freemasonry, and the surveys done, and it probably takes about 2 years or so to do a survey, a proper survey of an organization like ours. And then we do another survey to see if that survey was correct. And then we don't like that survey. So we did another survey. And these surveys cost money, they cost time. And each time we're waiting for the results of the survey, we're not getting anywhere. And I think in some cases, we're waiting for the survey to come back that says, everything is fine. It'll all fix itself. Don't worry. You're good. Well, that survey is not coming. Every survey, though, has said that the morals and the basis and the foundation of Masonry are still good, still needed, still applicable in today's world. But our biggest problem was marketing. Now, I realized at a time, marketing was like, oh my God, you don't tell anybody about it. In some countries, you can't wear a Masonic emblem. In some countries, you can't advertise. But in the United States, we can. And sometimes people would have some issues with a Masonic lapel or a ring or whatever. People are going to have issues if you have gray hair, dark hair, you wear glasses, or the way you look at them. That's just the way human nature is in some cases. But as far as adjustments that Masonry can make, that's a wide, wide open subject matter. I can only give you my opinion, and I should probably have a statement here that says, these are my opinions and my opinions only, not the opinions of Grand Lodge, not the opinions of the Grand Master, not the opinions of anybody. These opinions of Bill Sardone and Bill Sardone only. You have a problem with that, let me know. Don't take it out on anybody else, blah, 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 blah. These are just my opinions, nobody else's opinions. And my opinions are that if you listen to what the members want, you do what they want, you try and do it. If I was Grand Master again, I would do this. I would go to every lodge, and after I'm done talking to them, and after they're done listening to me, and I would try and keep it indicative to what they're doing that night or what that lodge is good for, I'd ask them, what hobbies do you have? Tell me what hobbies you guys have. And I'd write them down. One could be stamps, one could be bottle collecting, one could be rock and mineral collecting. By the way, we have that also in the Grand Lodge of New York. We have a rock and mineral museum that we started. It could be woodworking, could be knitting, could be painting. Good, I write it all down. I go to another lodge someday. I say, hey, what hobbies you guys got? Well, one guy says rock and mineral. Rock and mineral. Do you know that we have rock and mineral that this person does in his other lodge? No, I didn't know that. You know what? Maybe I should put the two together. And somebody else says, you know, I do stamp. You know what? Stamps. Somebody else does stamps. Did you know that in Acme Lodge they do stamp collecting in that lodge? No, I didn't know that. So if I was to do this over again, and I'm not, I would do it over again, but that's not going to happen. I would ask everybody, what are your hobbies? Because it's my belief that masonry is good at the meetings. Masonry is necessary for the second and fourth Tuesday or whenever you meet, but it's also extremely important to do in between meetings. And maybe it's once a month, maybe it's once a quarter, maybe it's once some kind of cycle that you put together. But if you can have interaction with families, people, and individuals in between meetings, you've then strengthened the lodge, you've strengthened ideas, and you have people who are more interested in what's going on. And they come to lodge with, and they report maybe back on what they did with their stamp club or their rock and minerals, or maybe they bring a rock and a mineral and they show everybody. And that's been done before too, by the way, here in New York. So my idea on
Well,
how to adjust, it isn't adjusting, it's maybe adding to what we do.
I mean, it sounds to me like yeah, you're a fan of or at least kind of supportive of the idea of affinity lodges, which are a lot more popular right now in England, although there is one in California. It just started a Star Trek themed lodge for Masons who love science fiction and Star Trek in particular. What are your thoughts on affinity lodges? Again, for people who don't know, affinity lodges are lodges that are created around a shared interest. So in England, there's a lodge of men who enjoy fine dining. They meet a couple times a year and they go out to like a fancy restaurant. There's science fiction lodges in California, in England. You know, here there's been discussions around forming lodges around shared interests as well. Um,
Hmm.
you know, it'd be interesting to see like a rock collector's lodge where maybe they on weekends go out and do, I don't know how it works, I don't know what the rules are, some type of geological surveying and collecting rocks, obviously within whatever bounds of rules are. I don't know if you can just pick up rocks anywhere. I suspect some of them are protected. But I mean, more in general, or you know, they go to different stamp museums or who knows what it is, right? But the idea of an affinity lodge and focusing on shared interests, what are your thoughts on those? Because they are seemingly becoming more popular.
Let me tell you, I went on a quarry tour, a quarry rock gathering uh, adventure. It's not easy. Let me tell you, it isn't easy. First, you got to know, you know, you're in a quarry, you're looking at the side of a cliff, and somehow you got to figure out where that vein is. And do you think that there's a crystal or calcite or whatever it is behind that vein that you're going to go for? So you can spend hours chipping, digging, clawing, and whatever, and find out,
Sorry to
they're not here.
sorry to interrupt. I just got there was a comment. Spirit of justice, not infinity like timeless. Affinity, AFFINITY, right?
I
Affinity
knew what you're
lodge.
talking about. I knew what you're
Um,
talking about. We probably call them clubs here is what we really, you know, I call them clubs anyway with what we have. We have a model railroading club. We're starting a stamp club. We have a rock and mineral club. Now, our rock and mineral club has been elevated to the fact that um, we have probably about $500,000 worth of rocks and minerals that are displayed in what we have there. I didn't even know it. I looked at a rock, it glows, it's got sparkles, and now I'm learning that there's more to it and where it comes from. And we have rocks and minerals from all over the world. But I did go on one of these things where we walked through into a quarry, and it was 8 hours of being in the sun, chipping and gnawing and chiseling and sweating. And um, I have a new love for Gatorade and cooling towels. So we spent the day doing that, and sometimes you get this, and that's the win of the day. And it's not an easy thing to do, but it's doable. You have to have a certain ability of mobility as well to do. And these old knees were not thrilled over at the end of the day, but we did it anyway. But um, something that's easier that I picked was the model railroading piece where I held up a Lionel train in front of a lodge. And the next thing you know, we have 6 different layouts now that are being worked on, from O gauge to N gauge to HO. We haven't done Z yet. We have G scale, which we haven't put out anywhere yet because we just have to have enough time. But that has exploded. In fact, we had about 8 men that have come to this that weren't Masons that have since become Masons, and all in different lodges too. And the reason I know they joined, they asked me to raise them, which I thought was very nice, and I did. So uh, when you say adjustments, I think it's additions to what we do, maybe not adjusting what we do. Uh, and maybe the biggest adjustment is to be able to look for opportunities of new things that can be done. It could be cooking. The fine dining thing, I don't have any problem with that. I like to eat too, so I'd be more than happy to belong to that club. That's for sure. And then
I'm
probably if we have enough people that go to that, then we can start a Weight Watchers club too. So you never know. It can work both ways. One can feed the other.
I'm very good at eating. Cooking, hit and miss, but I'm very good at eating. Um, the this idea, and I did want to talk to you about this as well, because I know this is your passion, right? I mean, I had you on the podcast to talk about it a little while ago, and then I want to show something. Obviously, we're here to talk first and foremost about the Masonic Medical Research Institute, but that's not the exclusive part of your Masonic career. You've done a lot of other things, going all the way back to before you were a Mason with B. Mole, right, which is part of the Masonic family as well. But the Railroading Club in particular, I know you talked to me about that before. You've mentioned the success of it. Why do you think your model railroading club has been such a success? Because it definitely has been. But before you answer that question, thank you, Stephanie Lockhart, once again. Another $27. Hold on just 1 second. As always,
At Stephanie Lockhart 8028 member, 1 month, 27 Canadian dollars and 99 cents.
so thank you again for helping support Masonic Medical Research Institute and this channel for that matter. But what do you attribute the success of the Railroad Club to? And I'm leaving the camera for a second, but I can still hear you, I promise.
No, that's okay. You would be the first person to walk out of a room when I'm talking. The
I will. I don't
uh,
walk. There you go.
see, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You can go. I got it. The success of this is kind of simple. First of all, when I say success, this is not 1,000 Masons doing this. This is a segment of maybe 15 here, 20 there, 15 here, and they are coming together, which congregates maybe about 50, 60, and that's 50 or 60 with their families. And some of these people are not Masons too, I believe it or not. Some of them are just interacting because they love trains. What do I like about trains? It isn't so much trains. What I like is Masons to be happy. I like Masons that are happy. And I try and pick opportunities for them to do things that are rain or shine. Now, obviously, going to a quarry and trying to dig into the side of a cliff, that ain't no rain or shine thing. That can be tough work for a day, especially if it's raining. Luckily, we picked a day that was beating sun, but it wasn't raining. I can't imagine doing this in the rain. But when we're all done, this stuff comes back to the museum. It gets cleaned up. It gets labeled. It gets put on a piece of plastic that gets shown in a nice box with some lights on it. And that's a rain or shine piece of it the results of it. Model railroading, rain or shine. The stamp club, rain or shine. Um, you know, the model railroading piece, people think that they have to be trained aficionados in order to make it work, and you don't. If you want to use plaster of Paris to do a mountain, if you want to make scenery, if you want to build plastic buildings and glue them together, the people who do the train track itself, they know what they're doing. They know the curvature, the radius, and how it's going to go. But the people who do the other factors of it don't have to know that kind of a thing, and it attracts a lot of different people. And the funny thing is that the children who come today, the first thing the children have is they have in their hands a smartphone. You put a train in their hand, and it's something tactile. And you ask them, can you line up these couplers on this line here and see if they fit, and they do it, and they're off, they're on, they're off, they finally get it on. And then we ask them to move the lever on the transformer, and lo and behold, the thing moves. You can see their eyes light up. Now, I'm not saying I'm going to change society the way children should be taught, but I do think that having a diversity of what children have that they can touch and feel as opposed to laptops and video phones is important. And, who knows? The next generation of the richest people could be plumbers and electricians because AI could be taking the place of a lot of the other things that are being done. So you being able to touch things with your hands and using them there is good to see. And believe it or not, we had two young boys that came. When I say young, they were, I think, 10 and 7. They were more interested in the rocks and minerals. They could care less about the trains, which is okay by me also. But they couldn't stop taking pictures of them. So uh, that was good for them to see as well. But as far as my passion goes of all of these things, my passion is to make Masons happy and make people happy. And we have the opportunity to do that. With the skills that people have out there, whatever little hobbies they have, I bet you there's other people who have the same type of hobbies. If people want to paint, I'll get them easels. If they want to knit, I'll get them yarn. If they want to collect bottles, well, I'm not going to drink anymore. If I did, it probably wouldn't be collectible anyway. So they know what they want, and it's up to them to do it. But sometimes we need to give them the facility, the path, the organization to get together to do that. And when you do that, the alpha male or female will step up and then take over, and you step back. And they will be the ones to keep the thing going because of their knowledge, their passion, their understanding of that particular hobby.
So I do, what you said has brought up a couple of points to me, and forgive me for sneezing. Although I do want to mention, we have FDF2 K3X in the chat. He wrote the word Satan. I don't know if he's saying you are Satan or I am Satan. He's probably saying Freemasonry is satanic. No, we're not. Such is the curse of being on YouTube. You get these people. But then, I always say, FD, if you want to tell me why you think it is, I'll tell you why you're wrong. Mr. Peaceful is actually talking about healthy diets and growing fruits and vegetables, or trying to grow fruits and vegetables. I think that applies to Masonic Medical Research Institute in a lot of ways, like the importance of health and well-being in a variety of fields, right? Part of cardiovascular disease is making sure we have proper, groundbreaking, cutting-edge research, but also it's making sure we're healthy and fit and taking care of ourselves as well. I know it's tough growing things in a city. I'm working next year, maybe trying to grow some fruits and vegetables on my balcony. We'll see how it goes. But I did want to get back.
I do have. There are patio containers where you can grow some things in patio containers, and they do make patio tomato trellises that you can put on. By the way, another thing, during my term as Grand Master, we raised money. We built a horticultural center as well, where we do grow vegetables, and we grow them hydroponically, as well as I have in soil. And there's a little bit of a story to that, because we have a location there with assisted living, and I went in one day, and a couple of ladies were sitting there playing cards, and I had said to them, "Hi, how are you? By the way, we're building a greenhouse. We're going to have hydroponics, and we're going to have dirt." And this little lady stands up and says to me, "Sonny?" I said, "Yes, ma'am." She said, "It isn't dirt, it's soil." I said, "Yes, ma'am." So we have hydroponics and soil, and we have our residents that come in, and they plant seeds in that soil, and they grow their own things. They grow everything from flowers to vegetables, but the hydroponics piece grows a tremendous amount of lettuce, spinach. This year we branched out to tomatoes and cucumbers in the hydroponics section.
Nice. That is awesome. I love that. I've been saying forever, we as Freemasons need to pay attention to our health and the health of those around us. That includes access, when possible, to fresh fruits and fresh vegetables. It's not always easy. I'm the worst. I mean, I'm a hypocrite in that I tend not to eat very healthy, but I'm trying to be better about it.
Carolyn, we also have bees. We started. We have 12 hives, and we check the bees out at the beginning of the season, which is probably around the end of May, beginning of June, And then September, October, we go out and we harvest the honey.
About a
We get
week
about
ago, it
800
was,
pounds of honey.
about a week ago, it was National Honeybee Day in the States. Bees are incredibly important to the environment, also an incredibly important Masonic symbol. Not so much an emulation ritual. Like you don't see it much popping up in Canadian lodges, the beehive, but in Preston Webb lodges, American lodges. Right? Thomas Webb
That's
famously wrote about the bees as a symbol of industry.
correct.
Carolyn
That's the
Golan,
buzz.
that's the buzz, wrote, I loved watching my father set up his Lionel trains. We had a small town upstairs. I enjoyed watching him as he maybe fit as he created some pieces of the town. Also liked the tunnels. I think a lot of people have that really cool connection of model trains. I do want to say this is a major pet peeve of mine, and you discussing model trains brought it up to me. I don't know why we're not seeing more of it. It drives me crazy. Scale models of our Masonic buildings. I created one. I still need to paint this, so it's not done yet, or get it professionally painted. But this is a scale model of my Masonic temple, my home Masonic temple in Windsor, Ontario. It hollows out, and you can put a light in and turn it on, and you can see light through the windows. Um, these are really great for model trade villages as well as Christmas villages. I know a few people, bought them and put them up in their Christmas villages where you have like you have the general store, the city hall, the ice rink, and the Masonic Temple all on like Main Street. And I wish we saw
Yeah.
more scale model of our Masonic buildings. By the way, you can collect one of these by becoming a $50 US Patreon. On my Patreon, I know people have them. Some people just have them set up for their, it just in their study or with their Masonic memorabilia. But I do know some have put them on train villages and train sets and Christmas villages. So more
Good
Masonic buildings
opportunity.
more Masonic buildings need to be doing that, and more Masonic buildings need to be creating scale models of themselves. It's a really cool thing. Anyways, that's just kind of my pet peeve. I wish more buildings did it. I'm only aware of one other
Um,
Masonic building that's done it, and that's in California. Are you aware of any scale model Masonic buildings?
we have a Masonic building that we just put together a layout, and in it is a Masonic building, but it was a building that looked like any Masonic building could be in mid-state or upstate New York, like a 2 or 3 story building with on the bottom could be a bakery and a shoemaker, and then above it was the Masonic Lodge, and above that was above that was the meeting hall, and above excuse me the collation hall, and above that on the third floor was the meeting hall. And we have a lot of them in New York State that are just like that. And we had a model that looked like that, so we put a Masonic emblem on it. We made that. And what I'm going to do down the road is we're probably going. I'm going to lease these buildings. We have a firehouse, a hospital. We have all these different things in this little village, and we're going to lease them for a year. And Cameron could lease the Masonic Temple for maybe $200 for the year, and his name will go on that building. And at the end of the year, your lease will be up, and you can either renew the lease or the lease can go to somebody else. And that's going to be a way that we're going to try and help fundraise to support the model train piece, because there is no funding that comes to this. It's all out of our own pockets or whatever donations that we get in for this. This is not a Masonic budgeted group that we get money for. And to go back to another thing is why we don't have more model train stuff. Well, one is space, the other is people who want to do it, and the other is expense. Even though people donate their trains, some of them are not in great shape when they do it. And the other is that it takes track, and HO track, as to use the vernacular of what they use, code 100 nickel silver, is not a cheap entity. And it costs money to buy that track. And we do buy it. And we have one layout now where we bought it, and they're building a layout where they're going to have 8 to 15 trains, I think, running at the same time. So expenses there, time, and you need a driver. Somebody's get out there and drive this thing. Somebody's got to get out there and say, we can do this. Somebody's got out there and nail a piece of track to a piece of plywood, bang their thumb on video, refrain from cursing about it, and say, they put a Band-Aid on it and say, I'm still going to go back and I'm going to nail another piece of track down. And eventually somebody's going to come along and say, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. Let me go in and help him. And then it could start from there. I've done a few videos where I have tripped over myself trying to do something, and then someone comes and they pick it up and they do it better than I do, which is okay. But
I mean, what
it
matters
just,
most is that it gets done better, right? I don't care who does it. Something you can
that's
do,
right.
it's something you don't want to get proud about anything, but it's certainly not about Freemasonry. But anyways, if anybody watching this, or if you want to mention it to them from the Model Train Club in New York, wants another Masonic building to include in their sets, patreon.com/square and compass, you get one of these. Or just if you want it in general, if you do it in the next 24 hours, 50% of the Patreon will go to MMRI.
We're
You
working on
know,
a box car now that's going to have the MMRI logo on it. So as it's traveling around through our little layout, it's going to have the MMRI logo on that box car,
nice, nice. And
which
I
is
did
this,
also want
which is
to
this, which is this logo, by the way. See this logo? That's our logo.
yeah, it's a great logo. I like the kind of the DNA looking strand or the two snakes, I think it is. Um, because it looks kind of like the DNA. Well, it reminds me
I
of
don't know.
the
It's fun.
I can't think of what it's called now. The Aeschylus, I think it was. There's a medical symbol that's two snakes coiling around each other. I think it's Aeschylus, who was like an ancient Greek doctor. I'll have to double check that. I'm curious
Maybe.
now. It reminds me of it. It's not the same, but it looks similar to it. I also wanted to mention, because you talked about stamp collecting, just another, maybe not a pet peeve of mine, but an idea I've always had, talking about trying new things. You know, I'm assuming America has this. I know Canada does. You can create your own custom stamps that are good for mailing. And a few years ago during COVID, I actually created, when I was the worshipful master and secretary of a lodge. Well, sorry, when I was the secretary of the lodge, past master, I created custom stamps which had the lodge's logo on it and mentioned like Freemasonry, and I would use it when I was sending out the summons. But you can also write to your, I guess, Postmaster General, or in Canada, Canada Post, and make stamp suggestions like what you want to see on it. I would love to see at some point an official Masonic stamp collection come out. There are examples. I sent you the list of stamps that feature Freemasonry, but I don't think there's enough. And I'd love to see more. I'd love to see, in recognition of the fact that Freemasonry has been such an important part of the American experience and the Canadian experience, stamps like postage stamps that feature famous Masonic buildings, famous Masons, like, for example, George Washington, or, the Philadelphia Masonic Temple. I just think that'd be really cool. So I'm going to throw that out there as well. Maybe somebody will take advantage of it. I tried here in Canada without success to get a Masonic, official Masonic postage stamp, but maybe people will be willing to try it again. By the way,
I just had a senior DMLA and Mason donate to me an entire um, folder of first day issues of famous Masons on stamps. Walt Disney, Ernest Borgnine, those kind of guys.
I mean, the problem with that, I mean, it's not, the problem is not the right word. Well, it is problem is, you know, uh, people ask me this all the time. They'll say, who is the most famous Freemason? And my problem is, like, there's a lot of famous Freemasons: Brad Paisley, George Washington, Winston Churchill, FDR, Walt Disney, but none of them are famous for being Freemasons or famous for other things in their life. And they just happen to be a Freemason, right? I'd love to see people getting recognition for their Masonic achievements, like on those stamps featuring Walt Disney, to include a square and compass or square and compasses on it, where it says like Walt Disney was also a Freemason. I think that's what we need to focus on, right? Uh, is yes, people achieve great things in their life, but a great thing you can also achieve is being a Freemason and all the things that entails. So I'd love to see a list, a stamp collection of famous Freemasons where it's specifically talking about or focusing on their Masonic career. Like, George Washington with his square and compass on the bottom right corner, and then Walt Disney and FDR and Teddy Roosevelt and whomever
Yeah,
famous Mason specifically.
it's a good
By the
idea.
way,
It's a good idea.
you got a compliment, well deserved. Yo Maple, the honorable
Huh.
guest, has a subtle but very sharp sense of humor. I see why he is the man for the telethon event 100%. So you got one uh, uh, mark in your favor, one promotion. Um, Caveat is a fair substitute for problem issue, Yo Maple. That's a good word to put, caveat. Going back to MMRI, because we got about 20 minutes before the other people jump on, and we'll be talking about this some more. Do you think that, because we've had conspiracy theorists, for lack of a better term, on the stream, not as many as usual because this is a different type of stream, but do you think that the work of MMRI, Masonic Medical Research Institute, can help or has helped dispute or alleviate some of these more negative views that people have of Freemasonry? The focus on
Sure.
research and helping society.
Sure, because at the Masonic Medical Research Institute, we don't have Masonic meetings at the institute. What we have is research at the institute. We have research that's being done, medical research. So if anybody has a conspiracy about helping with cure heart issues or find a way to buffer or nullify PTSD, there's no Masonic connection to that. The Masonic entity here is the fact that we are supporting it in finance as well as sometimes donating cells, stem cells, or other things. And it just so happens that Masonry, like they have done in many other cases, have gotten behind certain charitable opportunities. Could be hospitals, could be dyslexia centers. We do sponsor dyslexia centers. We don't charge anybody to come to those dyslexia centers in New York City. And it costs about $7,000 a child over a 2.5 period of time to, you can't change them from being dyslexic, but you can teach them how to exist in the world with dyslexia. That's got nothing to do. I mean, Masonry sponsors that, but it isn't a Masonic thing. So if there's a conspiracy about helping children, about helping society, and about helping humanity, well, the Masonic Medical Research Institute is clearly the way that can dispel any of that, because there's no Masonic rituals, inductions, initiations that are meetings, budgets, or anything that go on there. It's just that we have donations that our members make, not only in New York, but around the world, that come and support the research that they do.
I mean, unfortunately, you got a compliment. Now you're getting roasted a bit. Somebody in the chat has deemed you over the hill. I mean, you're 35, 36. You don't look over the hill to me. I don't know what they're talking about. But somebody just did jump on asking who you are. Once again, this is Most Worshipful Brother Bill Sardone, past Grand Master of New York, Mason for 55 years, and a major supporter, maybe the biggest supporter of the Masonic Medical Research Institute, the #1 fan, might be a good way to put it, and host of the upcoming telethon. What would you say?
Let me go back to
You
the
know,
over the hill piece. Hey,
there
hey,
you
hey,
go.
hey. I am over the hill in many things. I can't do what I did in the Army when I was first went in 38 years ago. I cannot do those things. And I know that. And when I did this quarry thing, at the end of the day, I told the people that my knees sent me an email and said they want a new body to be attached to. So I can't do some of the things. I am over the hill when it comes to many different things. No doubt about that. I'm not over the hill, though, when it comes to uh, wanting to see Masons and people be happy and research get progressed.
And I mean, if you're a Freemason, you're more likely to be you're more likely to make it over the hill, right? Because this was some research done in Texas, but it checks out, right? Typical Mason lives 10 years longer, has a 10-year longer life expectancy than non-Masons. Doesn't shock me.
Oh,
Famously, the
I hope
Surgeon
so.
General put out his report in 2023 talking about the significant and negative health effects of not having close friends or associates. Basically, if
I hope
you
my
are
I hope
lonely,
my 10 I hope my 10 years is starting now.
I'll keep my fingers crossed for you. But the old, the old, oh my gosh, I'm trying to think what the stat. If I'm recalling this correctly, I read the report from the Surgeon General, but it's been a little while. Being isolated and being alone had or carried the same health risks as smoking, I think, 10 cigarettes or 15 cigarettes a day in terms of likelihood of passing away earlier. And it doesn't shock me. I know when I was a probation
Okay.
officer, this isn't about health or well-being, but if somebody came in to see us, convicted of a crime and they're sentenced to probation, one of the things we looked at is their associates and their relationships, their friends. If they had, were members of, let's say, a gang or a criminal group, then they were considered at risk to reoffend, obviously. But if they had no friends or no associates and were socially isolated, they were also considered at risk to reoffend to the same level, right? Being isolated, being alone has all sorts of evidence of both physical health problems and social health problems. So I think Freemasonry is a lot of
Well,
good for people, and that's one of them.
when we
Provide people
embarked
with
on when we embarked on a ambitious membership campaign during my term as Grand Master, it was obvious that there's a certain amount of individuals out there that are lonely, and a lot of that is because uh, when I was growing up in the city of New York, I grew up in a tenement, 5-story walk up. Everybody knew everybody in the apartment building. In fact, we knew what everybody was cooking on a particular day because it was so hot. They had their doors open, so
And
we
what we
knew on
have there, I
Sunday
didn't
what
even
they were
know. And I
cooking
looked
or
at a
whatever.
rock, it's glows, it's got sparkles, and now I'm learning.
Sorry, I just lost you there. Give me 1 second. I may have to restart this
All right,
stream. Can you
I'm
hear me?
here.
Nod if you can hear me.
I can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear you.
There's always
I
something
can
happening.
hear
Hold on
you.
just 1 sec. I'm going to try something here. Yo, Maple with the funny jokes. All right. I mean, I guess I'm going to try this one more time and see if this works. In your experience, what would you say is the thing you're most looking forward to in your upcoming Masonic career? Or upcoming, I shouldn't say
Me?
Masonic career, in your relationship to Masonic Medical Research Institute as it relates to the telethon, you're being a supporter of it. What is keeping you excited about this? I'm assuming the main one is going to be the telethon, but what else are you looking forward to?
Well, the telethon is one thing. The other thing is that every day, every opportunity, you get a chance
I'll
to
be
learn
back in one
something.
second too, I promise.
Uh, yeah, no problem. Another guy that leaves the room when I'm talking. I'm always used to that. That's okay. But the thing is that I'm always learning something new. I'm open-minded enough to try new things. And yeah, sometimes I'm opinionated about some things. I get it. But I'm really looking forward to opportunities and things to do that are different than what I've seen before or tried before. Some of them I don't understand, but I'm willing to try. Um, and one of the things we did, like I was saying before, with our membership campaign is when I was a kid growing up on the streets in New York, we knew everybody in the neighborhood, we knew everybody in the building, we knew everybody now. Today, people get on their buses, their cars, whatever, and they're alone in the car, or they're on a commuter train or a bus, and they got AirPods on, or they're reading something on their phone. They don't even talk to the person next to them. They get in the office, they're on their computer all day. They get back home, commute the same way back home with iPods, and sometimes they sit and watch TV. those people want to have human interaction. Some of them want to have individuals they can talk to that have like experiences like them or different ones. And that's what we looked for when we did our campaign. And our campaign was so successful that we came within 50 individuals, 50 persons to come flat for our membership for one of those years. We came very, very close to doing that. And that's something that hadn't been done in Masonry for quite a few years. And of the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of men that are out there, I'm not looking for hundreds of thousands to join, just a couple of thousand of quality individuals. That's all we need. And we did that during that term. So those individuals that joined were the ones that were looking for something to do besides going to a bar, going to a social to try and meet somebody. They wanted to go to something that was networked enough where they could speak to like individuals. And that's where our growth was. Did I lose you? Come in, Earth to Cameron.
I mean, so CM is asking, and I do want to. Sorry. Yeah,
I hope I'm still there.
was asking about are Masons accepting of LGBT, which we are, of course. I've sat in lodge with gay Masons, straight Masons. Does it make a difference? What matters is your character, and are you a good person? What has the response been like so far to the telethon? Because I know you guys have been working hard to advertise it. You know, I'm part of the Masonic Ambassador Program, and I've been talking about it. What have you experienced? What have you seen in terms of response to the telethon? Are you getting a lot of response from Masons excited to be there? And for that matter, non-Masons as well. And then if general, we'll probably end it with this question. More in generally, what has the results of the Masonic Ambassador Program been like? Because it is a new program, right? It's about a year old. So what has it been like, that response, and how excited have you been? Again, as someone who is a ambassador myself and very happy to be.
Well, the ambitiousness of this ambassador program, obviously, on our own state as well, of what this research institute is doing. And knowledge and networking is key as far as success goes. And what happens is we're going to trip over somebody that's going to have the link to that one foundation that is going to be the one that really needs to help what we have. We're going to trip over individuals that are autistic, that had somebody lost in their family to lupus, that have people who have come back from the military or those in law enforcement with PTSD. And they are going to want to get behind this because they want to see research come forward to prevent or cure or stop the forward movement of these things. So as far as my excitement goes about the telethon and how other people see it, well, the funny thing is the last telethon I did, it's 2021, I believe. So what are we now? About 5 years difference. A lot of those people have changed. So now this is like a whole new thing to a lot of individuals. This guy's going to do a telethon. We think he did one once before, but the audience is different. And the people outside of Masonry, well, we have a staff that is interacting with those outside of Masonry, and they are the ones that are working with it. I know I have a radio spot that I'm doing the first week of September, and that's going to push us out to those as well. So we have a staff that's reaching out to outside the borders of Masonry that have got into newspaper articles that have come out, and some local newspapers have put us in there. We have PSAs that go out. So they are working on going outside. I have no problem talking to people inside, outside, around town, whatever about it. But I'm excited about the telethon because it's the first thing that's new for the Masonic Medical Research Institute. They are the ones that are stepping out of the box to try this, and they are the ones that have asked me to help host it. We have a myriad of people behind us that are going to be working on the content. We have a video company that's behind us that's going to work on broadcasting this. We have a telephone company that's helped us, that's going to donate the telephones and the number that they're going to be able to dial into to do this. So it's a conglomeration and coordination of, it's almost like a military mission where we're putting all of these entities together to win. I don't want to die on this hill. I want to win this hill.
I mean, it's incredible to hear about how many different people are going to be involved in this, right? And I think that just goes to show Freemasonry, it's a community effort. Everybody needs to be involved. Everybody needs to be on board, and we need to involve the community as well, right? And we need to involve people outside of Freemasonry, which is what the Masonic Medical Research Institute does. And it's what you have done through your efforts. Again, like with the train club, model railroad club, right? You're not just making it for Masons, it's for anybody. But as you said, if I recall correctly, the number was 8, right? 8 people joined who weren't Freemasons, and then they became
That was a
Freemasons.
byproduct that I didn't expect, but it happened. But everything counts. I mean, last weekend, the Order of DeMolay in New York came up and they are donating $357. And there's a program that the MMRI has 3, 5, and 7. That makes sense to a lot of individuals. You know how much spaghetti they got to sell in dinners? You know how many pancakes they got to flip to get $357 profit? And they did it. And they gave it, and they're giving it to the Masonic Medical Research Institute towards this telethon. I mean, they're still out there trying to beat the path here to try and get more money. But I've seen what it takes to make $357 for these young people of spaghetti that they got to twirl and pancakes that they got to flip and serve and clean up and everything to make $357. And they did it.
You need a lot of spaghetti to make $357. You're not wrong about that.
Yep.
We'll give this one more second. I don't know if you want to answer this question or not. I'll leave it up to you. We did get a chat question, CM. Can I ask what your panelists' religious background? Once again, you see the mistake and a misunderstanding of Freemasonry. It says religious background was. It is, right? Freemasonry doesn't replace your religion. It's not a religion. If whatever religion you had before you joined Freemasonry remains after the fact. That is a conspiracy theory we get very often. We have many different men of many different religious backgrounds and beliefs. I don't know if you want to answer that or if you have any thoughts on that question.
What's the
But
question?
I always try to make sure people are aware that we have brothers of all different faiths and backgrounds. I think that's one of Freemasonry's
Of
greatest
course.
strengths.
Of course we do. I mean, you go down to Brazil, you go to Paraguay. I mean, most countries are predominantly Catholic, and Masonry is growing like crazy in those places. Um, so, being in the military and growing up in the city of New York, diversity is not a big deal to me. It's just part of everything I've had over the years, and we have it in Masonry as well. And I enjoy it. We have lodges. I will admit, we have lodges that are predominantly Filipino men. They like that. They culture together. Dominican, French, Spanish, Puerto Rican, Italian, and most of the lodges, some of the lodges congregate like that, and they like to speak in their native tongue. We've given them permission to speak in their native tongue. Some grand lodges want it all in English. We've given them the allowance to speak in their native tongue in those lodges, and we're continuing to explore that. And why? Because it's diverse. And we're very, very open to diversity of those that want to be in these lodges and support masonry and do good things. Doing good things, that's pretty key. Being good, being a good boy, that's pretty important.
I mean, I agree with that 100%. I think one of the greatest things genuinely about Freemasonry is the diversity, whether it be diversity of languages, diversity of ethnicities, whatever that diversity might be. I think the fact that we have so much of it, religion, ethnicity, language, politics for that matter, I think that's a really, really cool thing. And I think I'm grateful for that. So with that, we're going to be ending this stream with you. I'm having a bit of technical difficulties, so I am going to probably try to restart this thing in a second because it's being kind of a pain. Stick around, don't go anywhere if you're watching this, because I'm going to try to come right back. But most worshipful brother, and thank you. We, outside of the ad revenues and things like that, we got about $60 donated through super chats. And thank you for that.
Good.
And we're going to have more coming, I'm sure. But
being with all of you is priceless.
Sorry, I missed that. The audio is being a pain in the butt. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I
I,
can connect it once again. I'll let you get the last word in.
I can say it again. We may have made a little bit of money, but being with all of you is priceless.
Sorry?
I said we may have made a little bit of money, but being with all of you is priceless.
There you go. Being with all of us is priceless. I agree. Um, okay, so with that, thank you so much, most worshipful sir. I'm going to sign you off. I'm grateful that you were here, and I'm grateful for the work that you do with Freemasonry, within Freemasonry, and specifically in this case with the Masonic Medical Research Institute. Everybody stick around. If we are having any technical issues, like I said, we'll just restart the stream in a second. I'll see you all soon. Or, like I said, I'm have to start a new stream if these audio issues keep up. But I'll talk to you soon. Have a great rest
All
of your
right.
day and enjoy your little mini hotel trip vacation.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, we are going to wait and see if we can get. Okay, I hope everybody can see me, everybody can hear me. Let me know if we're still having these technical difficulties, excuse me. Um, Yo Maple, are we all good? It still says connecting on my end. Um, okay, I'm glad it seems normal on this end. All right, I'm going to leave it be. Now we're going to make sure to invite my second audience members. Give me 1 second because I don't see them right now. So let's see if we can get our second guests in. Um, let's see how this goes. Give me 1 second. And thank you, Yo Maple. You're doing a great job. I really appreciate it. All right, we're going to give this a few minutes. We're going to be waiting on a couple additional brethren to join. But thank you, everybody who's been here so far. I really do appreciate it. I hope you're all having an excellent time talking about the Masonic Medical Research Institute. And thank you to everybody who's joined thus far. If the technical difficulties continue, I may have to restart the stream all over again, which will be a pain in the butt. Oops. How's it going?
Great.
Good. I'm glad I can hear you. I'm glad I can see you. Um,
It's not.
oops. No, I got you. We're good.
No. Yeah, I'm trying to play this through this Bluetooth speaker, and when we switched over from watching live to being part of the stream, the sound switched back to the phone from the speaker. So
Honestly,
you're coming through my phone.
you can probably leave it for now because I think it's good. I think we can. I'm getting everybody.
Okay.
I just want to make sure everybody can see this well because for some reason it's being technically difficult. Let's see if this is going through. But how's it been going? What do you think of the interview so far? With
We've only
with
just, we only were just able to watch a little bit. We were waiting to get in, so we only saw a very, very short piece.
what do
But
you think?
I'm actually I'm happy that we were able to set up the way we were because I wasn't sure how it was going to appear. Being split screen at the portrait setting, but we got it all set up. I got a stand all up, and hopefully I got my phone plugged in for charging. So hopefully the phone will last us what we need to. So
Well, Dylan says it looks good on his end, so that makes me happy, and I'm glad that everybody is here. So let me start with. I mean, we don't want to bury the lead. Um, who the heck are you guys? I know you already answered that question on your questionnaires, but I'll ask it again for the audience. Who are you, and what is your relationship to the Masonic Medical Research Institute?
Go first.
okay, I'm Brother Ross Stoltz. I am a development officer at the Masonic Medical Research Institute. So I am on campus at the institute as a full-time job. So, and that's what I do as part of the Masonic Medical Research Institute, on top of outside of work traveling to lodges, and where I need to be to do presentations and speak and advocate for the Masonic Medical Research Institute.
Next up.
Okay. Well, I'm Brother Bob Houston. I'm currently uh, on the board of directors as an emeritus member. I have served 4 years as president of the board of directors and have also served as the chairman of the board. I've been involved with MMRI since 2015, so 11 years. And my current status is I'm the chairman of the International Masonic Advisory Committee, which is bringing Masons from around the world together in support of MMRI.
And I kind of touched on this with, and by the way, I'll mention this to everybody again because we have some new people joining. Dylan, Nam, welcome. 50% of all the revenues we get from this 24-hour period, including through ad revenue, but also super chats, gifts, if you join the Patreon, whatever it might be, will be going to MMRI in its efforts to find treatments and cures for diseases within its three main research areas: cardiovascular, neurocognitive, and autoimmune, for the benefit of all humankind. And I really emphasize that. I've said it a million times. Freemasonry doesn't help Masons, it helps everyone, and it helps everyone in a variety of ways. And you really see that with the mission statement of the Masonic Medical Research Institute. So, you're both Masons. I asked this to the Most Worshipful Grand Master. I'm going to ask this to you guys as well. From like I'm not going to say ashamed because I definitely don't feel ashamed about it, but I'm regretful. I did not learn about the Masonic Medical Research Institute until relatively recently in my Masonic career. I was a Mason for about 20 years before about 15 years before I first learned about it. For you guys being New York Masons, did you know about the Research Institute before you became Masons? Or how soon after joining did you first learn about it? I'll start with Robert and then go to Ross.
I knew a little bit about it before I became a Mason, but that was because I'm a senior DMLA. And I also, my father was a Mason. And I remember when I was going through some of his stuff that I found a pen, and there was the pavilion at the World's Fair in 1964 in New York City from the Masonic Pavilion, and it had a picture of the Masonic Medical Research Laboratory at the time on the pen. So that was my first introduction to it. And then I've been a Mason for 40 years. So through just connections and other members of my lodge who have been involved, I became more and more involved. And so that's how I started my connection with it.
So for me, I did not know about it before I became a Mason. I was initiated in 2010, passed and raised in 2011, and in I believe it was about 2015. One of the development officers at the time was coming out to the lodges to visit to speak about the Masonic Medical Research Institute laboratory at the time. And for me, I knew where it was. It was on the campus of the Masonic Care Community, and I kind of just thought they were tied together. But that's when I first learned about it. But going forward, it's always been referred to as one of the jewels of New York Masonry. So I knew a lot about it. I knew, being I live in the area, I knew a lot of people that worked there. So I continued to learn about it. And in the back of my mind, it was always one of those. It'd be a life goal to be able to work at the Masonic Care Community or work at the Masonic Medical Research Institute, be a Mason professionally and just help in this mission. So, but once again, I didn't know about it until I was a Mason.
I have to disagree with you a little bit. I would not call it a jewel of New York Masonry. I'd just call it a jewel of Freemasonry. All around the world, it's a great part of what it is to be a Freemason. No different than, the Texas Masonic retirement community I bring up a lot. There's a lot of different jewels. And even though it's under different jurisdictions, different grand lodges, different authorities, it still is something that I think every Mason should be proud of. And I wanted to bring that up because really, to my knowledge, it's a brand new program or about a year old, the Masonic Ambassador Program, which is bringing in Masons from different jurisdictions, internationally, nationally. Tell us a little bit about that program. I'm an ambassador myself, and what the impetus was to start the ambassador program.
We've the program has actually been in we've been working on it for about 5 years. I first spoke about it at the Conference of Grand Masters 5 years ago, and I've been honored to have been asked back the last 5 years to speak every year on it. The purpose is to, as you pointed out, you had no idea until just recently about the Masonic Medical Research Institute. Most people don't. So our concept is to raise awareness internationally about what we do, who we are, and what we're trying to accomplish. Having said that, the only way to do that is to draft ambassadors from around the country who can go out and speak on our behalf, because we just don't have the assets or the personnel to be flying all over the country giving talks. And so that's kind of the premise of the whole program. I originally made a mistake and I addressed it to the Grand Masters. And then I realized that Grand Masters programs are already developed and in the planning or actual stage of actuality. So the next year I spoke to the Deputy Grand Masters and didn't get much traction. The third year I spoke to the Senior Grand Wardens, and that really was the group that has fallen in line and has now become most supportive around the country. And so that's kind of the whole history of how we started up.
To what extent do you view the role of an ambassador as being focused on communicating about MMRI to other Masons versus the public at large? Like I'm a proud member of my Masonic lodges. I'm a member of 5 of them, but I consider myself and my role within the ambassador program almost more to be an ambassador to the public through things like this channel. So far, we've had about 300 people come on and off, right? We have 9 people watching right now, but since the start of this channel, there's been about 300 people who've stopped by for at least a couple minutes, if not longer. And I really want to try to focus as much as I can on both communicating about MMRI to my fellow Masons and the public in general. What has that experience been like for you? I'll ask this to Ross. To what extent have you seen ambassadors focused on, being an ambassador within Freemasonry versus within the public at large?
Well, I'm coming into this post the ambassador program. I've only been at MMRI since March, but I, jumped right in with the ambassador program, helping ambassadors. And for the most part, a lot of them are focused on their communications with the lodges. But as we all know, in the summer, so June rolls around, a lot of lodges, they either go dark or they don't have regular communications. So I do see a shift during the summer months where they don't have the options to be presenting at lodges, so you kind of have to think outside the box and where else you can go. And the I've heard of some ambassadors going to local community fairs or things in the community to speak to the public. It obviously, our ambassadors probably are speaking more to lodges than they are non-masons outside of lodges, but the ambassadors have every opportunity to do what they can to kind of, once again, to say think outside the box and find other ways outside of the Masonic community, because this, yes, we are a Masonic based organization and our ambassadors are typically Masonic based, but the research we're doing and the change that we can affect on humanity extends beyond, I mean, not just, Masonry, but as you said, humankind. So, we really do hope that ambassadors can take the opportunity when they can to speak to, other organizations outside of their lodges, schools, universities, municipalities, government offices, because the word of mouth and awareness really is the first step into, you know, the future of the Institute.
Well,
And just to chime in on that, not all of our ambassadors are Mason. We do have
Right.
3 ladies who have stepped up to help us, and they're drafting other ladies. They can speak to ladies groups, book clubs. Um, People are free to go to their Rotary Club or Lions Club and speak. So whatever effort they can do on our behalf is what we appreciate and what we're trying to enable them to do.
Brock just jumped on. Hello, brother. Had some time. Thank you for being here. Obviously, you got to work first and foremost, but if you can be here for a couple minutes, much obliged. Don't forget, Brock, every super chat, donation, gift, 50% of that will go to MMRI, Masonic Medical Research Institute. Now, I've talked about, like, for example, heart disease, right? Cardiovascular disease, which is one of the research areas, one of the 3 research areas that Masonic Medical Research Institute focuses upon. If I recall the stat correctly, another American dies of a heart-related disease every 34 seconds, or every 34 seconds, an American dies of heart-related disease. Number 1 killer of people right now. And the reason I was really drawn to Masonic Medical Research Institute, people ask me why I'm so passionate about Freemasonry. Part of it is, who knows why we like anything. Why do I love my favorite song, right? At a certain point, you just end up with, I like it because I like it, because it's my favorite song, right? And for whatever reason, there's something about Freemasonry that speaks to me and I relate to in a way that I don't with many other things. But a big part of that as well is I've seen that Freemasonry does a lot of good for the community. Communities and cities are better when Freemasonry exists. And I think the reason I so appreciate MMRI is because it's a really concrete, obvious thing that you can point out that shows how Freemasons help the community. Almost everybody, if they haven't themselves had a heart condition, knows somebody who's had a heart condition, knows somebody who has lupus, knows somebody who's dealing with autism, right? It affects people in a really obvious way, and therefore the benefits are very obvious, I think, if we can show that to people. For you guys, though, I'm curious, like, after you first learned about it and became interested in it, what was it about the MMRI that really spoke to you and made you want to be active in it? Like Ross, I think you said, you didn't know about it before you joined, but as soon as you learned about it, you really wanted to be involved and be active in it. So what was it about MMRI that spoke to you? And we do have a question from Yo Maple. I'll give you guys that as well. And we'll start with Ross. Given the opportunity in this moment, this is from Yo Maple. Given the opportunity at this moment, what would you say for the public at large in terms of how and to what extent they can participate, contribute to the Masonic Medical Research Institute, or help raise awareness of it, particularly non-Masons? So we'll start with Ross, and I know that's a lot of questions, but there you go.
Yeah. Well, so for me, like when you first learned about the MMRI as a Mason, a lot of times they talk about the cardiovascular, they talk about the research that was passed along and eventually led to the pacemaker. The first executive director of the Masonic Medical Research Institute, Dr. Gordon Moe, kind of referred to as the father of the pacemaker. So, and in my family, my grandmother passed away from a sudden heart attack when she was 32, and my both my parents have suffered from heart related issues, and so that knowing that the basis of a lot of the history of the Masonic medical research was cardiovascular related, that really drew me in. But then getting in and becoming an employee and learning about the research into autism and the research into autoimmune like lupus. And there is some research that was done on the effects of long COVID. There's been research now they're doing on proteins in the heart that affect those with diabetes. And my mother's diabetic actually. So it just feels like every time you turn around and learn about one other thing they're researching at the labs, you find another way to be connected, whether it's friends or family. I know the current Grand Master of South Dakota, Most Worshipful Brian Pulling, during his speech about the MMRI at their annual communication, had the entire audience stand up and slowly started listing off all of the research that is done at the Masonic Medical Research Institute, and everyone, sit down as they heard of something that affected them or a family member personally. And by the time he got done listing off all the research that is done at the Masonic Medical Research Institute, there was no one left standing. So it just shows you that, if there is an ailment that exists out there in the world, somewhere there's probably research being done here at the laboratories that are going to, give someone hope for the discovery and the possibility of a cure. And now when it comes to the question about, advocacy and getting it out to the public, and I'm sure that Most Worshipful Sardone spoke very in depth about it. Right now, it's advertising for our inaugural telethon on October 6th. That'll be a live feed done through YouTube, similar to this. And so just paying attention to what we're posting on social media and sharing those links and, getting out there and making your donations early towards that telethon. So that's right now, that would be the big thing for getting it out there to the public, Masons and non-Masons, is talking about the telethon. But, in the world nowadays, it is word of mouth and social media. So just following us on our social media accounts and, sharing what we're sharing, because the more you share, the more people it's going to spiderweb out to. So
I will do my
Can I
best
take a shot at
to.
that too? Can I take a shot, try to answer that too?
Oh, yeah, but I
Um,
just want to mention before you do, I will be leaving the links in the description to this video for all of the Masonic Medical Research Institute's socials. And as we get closer to the telethon, I'll be sharing that information as well. I already have, but I'll share more of it. And yeah, go ahead, Robert.
in answer to her question, as chairman of the committee, there's no reason that an individual like her, if she were interested, couldn't become an ambassador. You don't have to be a Mason. As long as you can advocate for us and are willing to learn about what we do and how we do it, there's no reason you can't be a participant in spreading the word. You can go to our website, which is mmri.edu, and on there you can see some training things, some slideshows, and what we put together. And that's a good way to get started. But talking to friends, and if you're a member of a book club, like I mentioned before, you could perhaps maybe discuss a Dan Brown novel, and at the end of it, start thinking about what Masons do, and not on the negative side, but on the positive side. And MMRI being one of those great entities that is good for what we do and good for the world.
And same question to you, Robert. Like, so you knew about MMRI a little bit before you became a Mason through DMOLA, but when did you first decide, like, because you had a busy life already, you have your Masonic commitments, your family commitments, but what was it about the MMRI that you decided, hey, I actually want to spend some time dealing with this and helping this and trying to promote this? Because you've been active in Masonic Medical Research Institute for a fair bit of time. I mean, 5 years ago, we had you on the podcast. You were talking about it. You've been part of the board of directors, chair, like you took on a lot of responsibilities with this. So what was it about MMRI that spoke to you and encouraged you to become so active?
Well, by training, I'm a doctor. So, and I started my career doing research on lupus. And so I had also in my community here been an active participant in a hospital setting, and the MMRI was working with the brand new Wynn Hospital in Utica, New York, and they needed somebody on the board who had experience with hospital administration and being able to get involved with the hospital programs. And so my training provided me with that option. And then I got on the board and I was placed in charge of developing a liaison with the hospital as they built their brand new facility, a $600 million facility in downtown Utica. It's a stage 1 trauma hospital. So that's how I got involved. And then as I got more and more involved, I got more and more into the different research projects that they were doing. And obviously, having started my career doing lupus research, when we started doing lupus research at the Institute, it really piqued my interest. And all the other research that we do now is just so overwhelming as to the need that I'm passionate about being on the board. I'm passionate about MMRI, and my mission is to assure that it goes on for another 65 years.
Do you, 65, 79? It started in 1958. I can't do math in my head.
But actually, it started in 1947 as a foundation. And at that time, what we did is Masons contributed to it, and the money was then sent to various researchers in outside facilities who would do a program, a research project. But we had no real control over what they were doing. So we decided to build our own building, and the building was inaugurated in 1958, and that's where we get the 1958 club. But we actually date back to 1947.
The winding stairs, you're asking such great questions. Thanks. You're welcome. The winding stairs. If you have any questions, please let me know. And welcome. It's great to have you here, and keep up your great work as well. So this chat has been relatively tame compared to some of the other ones I've had. But even then, right, we get the conspiracy theorists, we get the nonsense, as all Masons have to deal with at some point. To what extent do you think that programs, services, institutions like the Masonic Medical Research Institute can help to demonstrate, you know, the truth about what Freemasonry is and fight back and push back against some of these conspiracies? Like, nothing will make you, I mean, maybe this is kind of um, positive thinking on my part, but I don't think anything will make you less of a racist than needing medical attention and your doctor is of a different race. At that point, suddenly you just care about how good they are as doctors, right? And you may be anti-Masonic, but if Masonic Medical Research Institute is performing research that helps cure people of cardiovascular disease, maybe you're suddenly going to reconsider your views on Freemasonry. But I guess what do you think about the connection Freemasonry has to putting a positive image on Freemasonry and pushing back against either indifference or flat out, incorrect information about Freemasonry? And Robert, you can go first if you want, or Ross.
I'll go first. I would point out that for the public on this call that Shriners are the most philanthropic membership in the world, that there is more money spent on child care by by Shriners than any other organization in the world. And all Shriners are Masons. So by inference, Masons are the most generous charitable organization in the world. And so that good work is really often hidden. People don't know that, but Masons know that. But the naysayers really, they're watching a YouTube video on all this stuff about idiotic things that we are supposed to do in our initiations and stuff. It's not true. Do any of us look like we're those kind of fiends or racist people? We help all people. Some people might say that we're all white group. We're not. There are plenty of Masons from all ethnic groups. Our current deputy Grand Master in New York State is Black. We have people working in the lab for us who we've selected from all around the world, all different skin colors. Certainly, we're not racist. And what we do is not going to benefit just 3 people on this phone. It's going to benefit all mankind, as you started this podcast. Just the implication that we're racist or naysayers or some kind of an occult organization is really offensive to me.
The Winding Stairs asked a question. Maybe I think this might be a question more for Robert, although either one of you. And it's way above my pay grade, so keep that in mind. I'm not smart enough to know for sure. Actually, the Winding Stairs has 2 questions. In light of recent mRNA cancer advancements and AI developments, what role is AI playing in the research, operations, and outreach of the Masonic Medical Research Institute? And then on top of that, the Winding Stairs also asks, what cutting edge research are you most excited about? But sorry, before you guys answer that, I do want to read what Yo Maple says here, because I think this is a really important thing as well, and it goes to what Robert was saying. It was not until I took it upon myself to go visit lodge open houses, talk to Masons, ask questions directly, and be willing to be wrong about my assumptions that my view completely changed. And Yo Maple, I don't think anything is more a sign of intelligence than being willing to be wrong about your assumptions. So anyways, sorry, Robert, if you want to take a moment to answer the questions, AI involved in research, operations, and outreach, and what cutting edge research are you most excited about?
Well, I know that the scientists are using AI for research projects. We were also working with the Department of Defense to work with them to develop an AI program for um, um, or treatments that were tailored to an individual based on their genetic codes, their specific diseases, and whether or not any medications that were proposed or are currently available would be helpful to them. The scientists are using AI for research into other studies that correlate with what they're trying to do. I think everybody today uses AI for some things. I've used it to write letters, although my success rate with the letters has not been phenomenal. But AI is here to stay. I think it needs to be carefully observed. Um, it can lead you down into rabbit holes, and I think our scientists and our administration is very careful to avoid those pitfalls.
And what cutting edge research are you most excited about? I mean, I suppose we can just put it in the three fields, right? Cardiovascular, neurocognitive, or autoimmune. Is there any within those three areas cutting edge research you're most excited about? And then Dylan asked a question as well. When it comes to autism treatment, what is the goal? Is the goal to prevent autism from occurring in the first place, or develop ways to help those who already have autism, or both? I'm going to assume it's both based on my reading of the mission statement, which is both cures and treatment of various diseases. But if you want to answer both those questions, cutting edge research are you most excited about or boot? And the goal related to autism research.
I think it has to be stated early on in this podcast that we're a research laboratory. We don't do treatments. We are trying to define the parameters that could lead to treatment and or cures. So we're not a treatment facility. But having said that, one of the things that we're currently working on is there's a condition called STAR syndrome. And we've been able to find a genetic link to that. And we think that we may have a medication that will block that link and prevent future individuals from developing that aspect of autism. Autism today affects, I believe it's 1 in 34 live births. That's phenomenally high number. And so autism is really important to me. It's one of the things that I'm most curious about with the lab. But we're hoping that we can find the cause, and then by knowing the cause of autism, be able to prevent it by genetic splicing, medications, those kind of techniques.
I mean, we should make that clear, right? When the Masonic Medical Research Institute, in its mission statement and in its values, talks about finding the cures and treatments of tomorrow, that doesn't mean they are the ones who are going to be administering the treatments or the cures. They're finding them and then making sure the doctors have them to use them. I guess actually, Ross, before we go on, is there an area of research, cutting edge research, that you are most excited about when it comes to the Masonic Medical Research Institute?
I would have to mirror what Bob said with the autism. I late age diagnosis of both ADHD and autistic as well. Functioning slightly on the spectrum. Me and my sister both. We were both late stage diagnosis, and I wouldn't call it like a hot topic right now, but you just feel like you're seeing it more and more and more prevalent in the population with the children. And one of the parts of the research that was, recently digging into the numbers is the corridor from Buffalo to Albany in New York, at least here, where there is a higher rate of autism among children in that corridor. And so, along with looking at the genetic mutations and the science behind what could cause autism, it's also looking at the, what kind of environmental effects does the area have? Just as many people may know or may not know, the corridor from Buffalo to Albany was a very highly industrialized area for a very long time. And so what was going on there in industries, what was getting into the water table? So on top of genetic mutations and what happens in the development of the fetus in vitro, what parts of the environment is also possibly contributing to autism? So it's definitely the breakthroughs and the research being done into autism for me personally is something that I'm really keyed into to see what can MMRI do and discover to be able to pass along to other institutes to use in the further discovery, treatment, cure, whatever else people can do with the research we're doing to help autism in the future.
The you know I know you mentioned the ambassador program was you said about 5 years old. At least for me personally, I learned about it in Chicago at the Grand Masters Conference, if I recall it correctly, about a year and a half ago. And it's not something I had heard about before. It does feel to me, at least, like the ambassador program has been growing. Have you been finding growth in the ambassador program? And if so, kind of what do you attribute that growth? And we'll go with Robert.
The short answer is yes. Yeah, short answer is yes. I'm very proud of the growth that we're getting. We're gaining traction. We've got people obviously from international. Yourself from Ontario. We have an ambassador from Colombia. Some from Mexico. We have ambassadors from New Mexico, North Dakota, Connecticut, South Carolina, all across the United States. We have some people working with us from Germany. So that program is really starting to take on traction. And it's because I think people are starting to see that, there's something more in Masonry than just going to meetings. And, we all say that, in our ritual and stuff that we're charitable and we do things. But now I think people are looking for a charity that can help them or their family. And so it resonates with people. We have, especially the autism program. We picked up a couple from Colorado because the wife has autism. She has diabetes. She has lupus, and she has cardiac disease. All of the things that we're studying. And so it's a personal thing to her, but she knows others who have the same afflictions and is spreading the word to them. And that's how these kind of it's a groundswell of enthusiasm across the country and internationally.
I mean, do you think, Ross, that you mentioned the statistic? It's according to the 2025 annual report, it's 1 in every 36 children are being diagnosed with autism. You have, heart disease being the leading cause of death in America. Do you think it's just the ubiquity of some of these problems, these diseases in the community that is, one of the reasons that the ambassador program is growing? Like almost every ambassador, just like Robert said, probably knows somebody who's had heart disease or autism or lupus or an autoimmune disease or PTSD, which is, so do you think it's just the ubiquity of these medical issues that is driving the ambassador program, or are there other factors as well that you think is encouraging it?
Well, I think a lot of it is Masons wanting to find something they can do outside of the lodge. So, Masonry doesn't stop at the inner door or the outer door, and their brothers and their families looking for ways to help the fraternity outside of what happens within one building twice a month. And so, I think young gentlemen are looking for ways that they can help change the world beyond just practicing their ritual and, sitting in a meeting and bringing other brothers in. There's definitely ways that, it's part of our principles to want to be able to leave the world a better place than we found it. And, everyone's trying to find what they want to do that and to be that change. And being an ambassador for the MMRI is one of those ways. And a lot of brothers, really, like me personally, I love to talk to members of the fraternity that are outside of this state to find out what's different. So it's not just being an ambassador because you want to do something you know, for the MMRI, but it's also being an ambassador because you might want to improve yourself as a Mason. You might want to talk to other Masons and learn what they're doing to help grow their membership in their state or in their jurisdiction. So there's so many benefits to being an ambassador, outside of just doing something to change the world. You're outward facing to people that might not be a Mason, but they're interested in becoming a Mason. And it helps grow membership to, as we were talking about, to show that we're not just we're not a conspiracy, we're not racist, we're not bigots. And, well, when you're out there trying to bring people into the fraternity, they're going to say, well, what can I get out of it? Or what are you doing to help other people? What are you doing to change the world? And you don't want to say, well, I'm going to a meeting twice a month and we're deciding on what we're going to have for dinner the next month. And this, you can say, well, I'm a Mason. I'm also an ambassador for this place called the Masonic Medical Research Institute, and this is what they're doing. And someone might be impressed with that, going, well, I did not know that a place like this existed, and they're being supported by Masons. I want to be a Mason. So there's a number of benefits to being an ambassador, because not only are you spreading the word about what's happening at the Institute, but you're spreading the word about the good that the fraternity is doing for the world.
The winding stairs, I love those jurisdictional differences too. I also love those jurisdictional differences. I think if you're not taking the time to learn about the jurisdictional differences within Freemasonry, you are missing out on so much. So travel, learn about Freemasonry in different jurisdictions. It's going to increase and improve your Masonic enjoyment a lot. And I hope that you guys will do so. To what extent are you finding, like learning about, like, what would you say has been the most surprising thing for ambassadors? Like when they come onto the program, I was lucky when I was an ambassador or became an ambassador, I had already done the podcast, right, with Brother Robert before. I'd already learned about learned about the Institute. Have you had conversations with ambassadors, and what would you say from their perspective is some of the surprising things that they've learned, or have they expressed any surprises to you? Like, I didn't know about this, I didn't know about that. What has that been like, that communication with ambassadors?
I think the thing that has surprised me most is the passion that some of them have embraced it. We have some people who have reached out to us um, where they're trying to approach their Grand Lodge to support us, but they're at the Master Mason level. They're really not connected in Grand Lines or in the governmental structure of the state. They're passionate enough to go on the hook to try to get the leadership of their state to support us. And that kind of passion is what we're looking for and what we really appreciate. And to see it come to fruition is really amazing.
Ross, you mentioned before that you do a lot of presentations about Masonic Medical Research Institute. And, I believe, Robert, you do as well. What would you say, though, Ross, when you're doing a presentation within a Masonic lodge, What would you say are some of the most common questions that you get about the Masonic Medical Research Institute?
Well, one thing, and Bob kind of touched on it about what we do is do you guys do clinicals? Like they want to volunteer to come and help do clinical trials, but that's one of the big questions we get, and we don't do clinicals. But the research that we do is foundational that gets passed along to other institutions and bodies that will do the clinical. So that's one question that surprises people to think that that we don't do clinicals. But that's one thing. You get, well, how can I help? That's a very basic question. As Masons, we're always looking to ways we can help another brother, and so a lot of times guys will come up and ask me, well, how can I help? And really, it's, I mean, on top of donating, contributing, and helping us out through that, it's going out there and speaking to other people, and passing along flyers and sharing posts. So that's one question that we'll get. um a lot of times, I think the guys, just like when you finish up with a degree, you kind of need time to sit and think about it. So if I get questions, it's usually not the night of the presentation. It's, here's my business card, and they'll email me afterwards with stuff because they just kind of want to take it all in. Um,
Hold on one
so,
second.
oh,
Oops, sorry about that. Hold on one more second. Let me fix this.
127 Canadian dollars and 99 cents. Love is timeless. Just showing some love.
Thank you, Stephanie, for showing love to the Masonic Medical Research Institute. We just got a super chat for $27.99 from Stephanie, who's actually donated a few times on this stream. And thank you for that. So you get the super chat. As sort of above mentioned, 50% of the funds go to MMRI. The other 50% go to Square and Compass Promotions in my continued efforts to promote the ways Freemasonry was and is relevant to our communities. I turn my passion to profession. And the Winding Stairs had to run, but he wanted to say, keep up the amazing work, Masonic Medical Research Institute, and I want to pass that on. So sorry, didn't mean to interrupt, but you were saying you get a lot of questions a couple days after your presentation, when people have had a chance to sit and think about it.
right. And a lot of times it's, can I be an ambassador? Can we come and take a tour of the labs? And things like that. So most of the questions usually are around wanting to just know more, because when you give a presentation at a lodge, you have a very limited amount of time. At the most, you usually get like a half an hour, and you can't really wrap your head around the breadth of what we're doing at the Masonic Medical Research Institute in 30 minutes. And so, question we'll get is, well, can I come for a tour? Absolutely. Absolutely. Our doors are open, all regular business hours, and even on the weekends, if we need to, we will come into the labs and take a tour. So that's a question we'll get. Can I get information about it to pass along? Absolutely. The easiest thing would be a link to, we have a toolkit of all of our videos and PowerPoints, and so. And I think it all kind of relates back to the same question: how can I know more? And that's great too, because it really shows you someone's interest and how excited they get when they hear about something that their fraternity is doing.
What percentage of
Can I answer that
presentations?
too?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
One of the questions I get often is, do you do stem cell research? And our answer is yes. And that has a negative connotation for a number of individuals. They think that we're, working on, babies and cadaveric tissue. The stem cell research that we do is from scrapings from inside on the buccal cavity of your cheek, from a blood sample, from urine, but most of it comes from a sample from the skin inside your mouth. And then those cells, through a technique called CRISPR technology, can be manipulated into any form of cells that we want. They're called pluripotent stem cells. So we can take one of those stem cells from your cheek and make it into a brain organoid. And then we're able to study PTSD or Alzheimer's or autism on a growing mass of cells in a petri dish. And that's where the research is being done. And it's not in a negative way use of any kind of stem cells. It's a technique that is used all over the world and is a safe method.
What percentage of presentations would you say you're doing to Freemasons and Masonic lodges versus Freemasons and Masonic lodges versus the general public, which could include stonemasons, I suppose. But would you say the majority of your presentations are done within Freemasonry and Masonic lodges, or are you getting invites to non-Masonic organizations and kind of public groups?
I would say fairly, we probably are doing 98% of our presentations to Masonic groups and only about 2% to other groups. And that goes back to the awareness issue. If other organizations were aware of us and would invite us to speak, or if our ambassadors were to approach them to be able to speak, we'd be more than happy to reach those groups.
Yeah, and actually next month I have my first presentation for a group that is outside of the fraternity. There is a local retirement union that all representatives from the former Niagara Mohawk, if anyone, that's the power company in the central New York area. Now it's National Grid, but there was a retirement union group that reached out to us based on their age group and knowing that a lot of the stuff that we study is going to help, can help the elderly as well. Said, we'd like to learn more about you. We're here in the area. We've never heard of you before. Can you come and speak? So I will be giving one next month. So, but to like Bob said, probably 98% of it really is within the Masonic world, which is definitely a wall we want to break through.
We do have a question in the chat. It's not related to MMRIs so much as Freemasonry in general, but I think it can apply to MMRI. It can apply to the Masonic journey in general. Home slice, and I'll answer first for myself, but then I'll let you guys answer as well. What do you think makes you a Mason? Obviously within the proving, there can be a question similar to that, at least in emulation ritual, but I'm not going to give that answer because I don't think it's the best. I will tell you, for me personally, I think what makes someone a Mason is the belief that it's worth spending time with and supporting other people, regardless of their race, religion, creed, ethnicity, language, recognizing brotherhood beyond maybe narrow limits of institutions, religious or otherwise. And just the belief it's worth spending time with other people. But I'm curious, Stephanie, based on her knowledge of Freemasonry, the betterment of all things and not self. I think that's a nice definition as well. But I'm curious if you guys have an answer to home slice, or how you would answer that question. What makes someone a Mason? Obviously membership, but I think, somewhat beyond that. I can let perhaps Robbie want to answer first. I know it's a tough question to answer.
I don't think it's a tough question. I think it's a one-word answer, and that's integrity. Having a belief, living that belief, and making sure that that belief gets extended to other individuals. And the premise of Freemasonry is that, we take good men and make them better. And that's kind of integrity.
Stephanie Lockhart, 8,028 member, 1 month, number 127 Canadian dollars and 99 cents.
Sorry, we had a super chat. Sorry about that. But thank you, Stephanie, again for supporting. So apologies. Integrity and belief, right?
Yeah. I just think, being true to oneself. That's what makes a Mason. That's what drove me into it. I like to think that I'm doing everything I can for the betterment of everybody else around me. And so one word, integrity.
Ross?
Well, for me, I mean, it's going to be kind of like I would say a two-part question, because there's what makes me a Mason, what drew me to Masonry, and then in general, what makes a Mason. Because for me, I'm fifth generation, direct lineage of 148 years, family members since the warrant of my lodge in 1809. So it's a very important family legacy for me, which is why what one thing that drew me to the lodge. But when it comes to just being a Mason, it comes back to the tenets of Freemasonry. Brotherly love, relief, and truth. Truth, obviously, being integrity, being true to yourself. And but the brotherly love and the relief, the how we're accepting of everybody. Brotherly love, our ritual talks about bringing people together who might otherwise had remained apart or at a distance, and then helping those individuals, helping the world. So it's you know learning to be a better man yourself, but also learning what you can do to change the world to be better as well. And so like I think it all comes back to the single word that Bob said, and that's integrity. It's just speaking truthfully, never wanting to push someone down except you want to lift them up. And it's funny because one of our former grand lecturers during one of our trainings used this as an example, kind of a very, very, very basic example of Freemasonry. And that's, you're walking across the living room floor and you see a rolled up tissue on the ground. Do you walk past it, or do you pick it up to throw it away? And because basically, when you see something wrong, when you see somewhere you can improve the situation, do you do it, or do you just look the other way and find out someone else will do that? It's the theory you hear about, the shopping cart theory. There's no law against putting a shopping cart back in its spot at the grocery store. I have gone out of my way to take a shopping cart that was out of the way, that wasn't mine, and put it back. And that's kind of the concept with Freemasonry. Is you see wrongs, or you see things you can do to improve the world around you, and without question, you go and do that. And because we're innately, in our subconscious want to do, is we want the world to be better. So
Uh, Absolutely. Five-headed Lynx, welcome. Thank you for being here. Somebody above, and it's interesting to have New York Masons on, because this might apply to you guys. I'm going to plead a little bit of ignorance on this question, but I believe I'm speaking the truth. The question was from Kuda. What has been the most ambitious charitable project Masons have undertaken globally in modern history? Now, Stephanie suggested the Shriners Hospitals, which could be true, although Shriners Hospitals, it's kind of it's kind of been a decades long, actually centuries long project at this point, if I recall correctly. I actually think the most ambitious charitable project in recent or modern history might be the Masonic response after 9/11. If I recall correctly, the New York Grand Lodge put out a call for support to help first responders who responded to 9/11 attacks, and the families of first responders. And if I recall correctly, and someone can fact check me if I'm wrong, I believe it was the largest, the greatest amount of money ever raised by a Masonic Lodge was after 9/11, or by a Grand Lodge was after 9/11. Although I could double check that, but I believe I read that. I know they got it. They have made a ton of money. That's what I think the answer is. Do you guys know, if you had to answer, the most ambitious charitable project Masons have undertaken globally? Uh, I mean, any thoughts?
I don't know that. Yeah, I don't know that there's one great one, but there's a series of small, good uh, charitable donations. The Grand Lodge of New York, when the hurricanes hit Puerto Rico, the Grand Lodge of New York sent hundreds of thousands of dollars then down there. I'm sure other states did too. The trouble is that we don't publicize that fact to anybody other than ourselves. And so we don't really know how much is ever being donated. What I know is that charity is such a huge part of what being a Mason is that you can't really put a number on one entity. Ross?
No, I think that I don't really have too much to add. Like when it comes to, I wasn't a Mason yet. I was still in college, so I'm not sure what. But like I think, like Bob said, about publicizing it, we're not, proud. Where all we want to do is brag about the money we're giving away. So there's so much that happens, I think, behind the scenes people don't realize. Just like in 2024, we had an F3 tornado come through in my town of Rome, New York, which is upstate New York. Tornadoes are just something we don't get, and the infrastructure is not made to handle that. We had an F3 tornado come through. It just destroyed this swath of our city. Churches were completely toppled over. The Masonic Lodge that was there, which is one of my affiliate lodges, they had to move out of the building because it destroyed the roof. And without question, the Grand Lodge of New York jumped in and put a communication out to all Masons in the state. Let us come together and help this. And so I think those type of things at that micro level, when you think about it, the charity added up is extraordinary to what we do in the charitable world. It's just something that people don't know about or don't brag about, because we don't do it because we want the recognition. We want to do it because at the end of the day, it made us feel like we've changed the world. So, it's hard to really pin it down to one outside of, like was suggested, the Shriners, which are probably the most well-known Masonic charitable entity out there.
What has I talked to this with most worship with Sardone, but you guys might be the better people to ask because you're more directly day to day dealing with it. I was really curious, right? You at the Masonic Medical Research Institute, you have 6 labs. You have, dozens, if not hundreds of people on staff, from scientists through to everything else. You're bringing in students for fellowships and students for research and work study, right? The vast majority of them are not, to my understanding, are not Masons, are not Freemasons. I'm curious, when they're coming in and as they are part of the Masonic Medical Research Institute, I'm assuming over time they start to learn more and more about Freemasonry, right? What has your experience been in that sense of they are communicating to you about their research and the science and their breakthroughs and their work. But at the same time, I'm sure they're also asking you guys questions about Freemasonry and about, what it is to be a Freemason. So I'm curious, what, from the scientific perspective or the scientists, what are some of the questions they've asked about Freemasonry? Or what are some of the things that they've learned about Freemasonry by being part of the Research Institute? I'm not sure which one of you maybe deals more with the scientists on a day-to-day basis, but either one of you wants to jump in and let me know. I'd be really curious to know what their thoughts are on Freemasonry.
Well, I can tell you that their exposure to Freemasonry is what they see and what they behold in terms of the Masons around them. So we've had the council for the board of directors became a Mason because he felt the things that he was seeing that we were doing were so valuable and so charitable that he wanted to be a part of it. So he learned by example to join. We had a specialist in IT who had been an employee for 20 plus years and always had a desire to be a Mason, but nobody ever asked him. And, unfortunately, we have this kind of idea that to be one, you have to ask to be one. And he never asked, but I asked him, and he jumped at the opportunity to become a Mason. The scientists, they're a different group. They, a lot of them are foreign, so they don't really know too much about our culture, and they don't know too much about the Masons. All they know is that they're the ones who are providing the money to keep the work going. I think they have respect for us. I know they've shown me great respect over the years, and I've gotten to know them very well. A lot of them are female, so I think most of our employees are probably 60% are probably female. So that really eliminates a lot of interaction in terms of what do we do and be involved with us.
Well, I mean,
Russ?
keep in mind there's the Eastern Star, which I understand for a lot of them the family, right? You don't necessarily have family connection anymore to join, but also there is. I mean, it's very prominent in England. It's also in Ontario, the Order of Women Freemasons. There's Rainbow. There's a lot of women involved in Freemasonry in a variety of ways. And for that matter, you could argue, just being part of the Masonic Medical Research Institute, you're involved with Freemasonry. Perhaps not directly, but nonetheless, you are an important part of the Masonic family. In the same way, like with the Scottish Rite Learning Centers, those tutors, I consider those tutors to be part of my Masonic family. I'm grateful for them as well.
That's
yeah,
quite
Ross.
true. That's quite true. The trouble is that our female employees are not seeing Eastern Star or Amaranth or Rainbow or Triangle Girls on a regular basis. So they really aren't seeing that example. But we have great interaction with the Eastern Star, and Ross is working with the Amaranth now on some grants. So women have been a huge part of what we're trying to accomplish, and are embracing what we're trying to do. I didn't mean to make it sound like the women at our institute aren't welcome to be a participant, but it's just they're not exposed to it like the men are.
Oh no, yeah, I agree with that 100%. I do think, I mean, that is something I've tried my best to deal with on this channel, which is reminding people, right, that because a lot of people will say, I'm interested in Freemasonry, but I'm a woman, and my answer is always, women have been a very important part of Freemasonry for forever and a day. So it's one of those. I think it's even a myth amongst Masons. I mean, I don't know how many Masons even know about Eastern Star. Not as many as should, for example. I'll say that. Sorry, Ross, I don't know if you've experienced that the same thing. Do you have, scientists asking you questions about Freemasonry? I don't know. I'm never had the chance yet to take a tour of MMRI. I'd love to. But for example, I'm assuming there's some square and compasses floating around the building. Do you ever get questions like, what does that
Yeah,
mean? What's that symbol? Things of that nature.
we don't get too many questions from the scientists directly about Freemasonry, and I don't want to say that there's incompatibility between the scientists and the fraternity, but I know, much like Masonry, where it's a way of life, and when you dive in, and you can get either overwhelmed or just busy very, very quickly, like I have. Scientists, that's their life as well, and their entire life revolves around their work and their education and their research. And sometimes these, you go in on a Saturday and the scientists are there. During COVID, it didn't stop the scientists from going into work and working. They're working tirelessly, and that's their life. And a lot of times you hear them talk about when they have time away from the labs, they want to be home. And I know, based on personal experience, that doing the math in my head, I bet you 2/3 of my nights I'm out somewhere, at a lodge meeting, at a concordant body, even on the weekends. Last weekend I was at the annual assembly for Cryptic Masons in New York. Tomorrow morning I have to go out to Albany. We're having a big degree session with the Grand Master, and so I think the scientists, as interested as they might be, um, they know that they might probably not have the time to be a Mason. But personally, I haven't been asked too much about it. You get questions about the aprons. We have the Grandmaster Ellis, who was the founder basically of the labs. His apron is on the wall. We have like you mentioned, we're in come over the place, and I'm one of the guys that I'm so into masonry, and even my Masonic colleague, who's a Mason as well, likes to laugh at me and he calls me Super Mason, just because all I do is you can't shut me up when I want to talk about Masonry, and so I'm open all the time to talk about Masonry to any one of the employees, but I really think it is just something that they wouldn't be able to give the time to if they were interested in becoming a Mason. They would realize how much time their laboratories, you know, take from their life, and but
I mean,
there's always opportunity.
when you're trying to cure or find treatments or cures for cardiovascular disease, for autism, for lupus, for PTSD, yeah, that probably takes up a fair bit of your time and of your brain space. When it comes to people touring the Masonic Medical Research Institute, do you find it's people interested in the science and the research, or interested in Freemasonry, both? Like again, what is, because it seems to be one of the major kind of, at least what I've been picking up as an ambassador and with this research, is there's a real emphasis on trying to get the MMRI out to more people and more knowledge of it out, within, but also without Freemasonry. So when it comes to tours, events, what are the types of people visiting the Research Institute? Is it primarily Masons having tours, non-Masons? What's your experience for that?
It's Masons and their wives will come out. It's we don't have a lot of, probably 90%, maybe less, a little bit less than 90% are Masonic groups, but even the Masons that come out and bring their wives and families, and even those who know about MMRI, I think the most common statement I get when I'm giving these tours, Masons or non-Masons, is I didn't know. Like they just didn't know what was happening at that building until they come and take a tour. Masons that might be, we had a Mason that came through, and like he was a half hour away, grew up half hour away from the laboratories. Knew about it. As a Mason, you kind of, especially being that close, about the building, about what goes on there a little bit. Come take a tour. I didn't know. That's what they say. I didn't realize it. And so, once again, that just comes back to advocacy, outreach, spreading the word. And so, but for the most part, it's Masons, because the institute is located on the Masonic Care Community of New York. And so, the first thing you see when you pull into our campus is the square and compasses. And so I think the public will go by and know that it's a care community, and they just don't know what goes on around the corner, and from the home. But the activities we do does get covered by the local news quite a bit. We had a lupus walk that gets covered. We have a golf tournament coming up next week that gets covered. There is a lot of coverage, but people are aware. It's just on that tour, like you said, that always completely blows people's minds when they come to the tour to see, what's happening in their backyard.
In their backyard, yeah, it's amazing how many incredible Masonic things exist in towns, in communities, in people's backyards, of which they're not aware. And so it's great to hear. I mean, I did see some of those news stories during research for this stream, and it's great to see whenever Utica news, local news, even New York State news covers some of the really cool things happening. A big cool thing coming up that's happening for you guys is the upcoming telethon taking place in October. I talked to Most Worshipful Bill Sardone, hello, Dallas, welcome. Thank you, Stephanie, again. That's very kind of you. Hello, Coach. He certainly is one who has no problem entertaining a crowd, entertaining a group of people, and I know he's going to be a great host. But tell us a little bit about that. We'll start with you, Ross. The telethon. When is it coming up? What is it? How does it work? How do you take part and contribute? For all that good jazz. Like, what do you guys have coming up for that? Because I'll be sharing it on this stream, but I want to hear it from you guys too. And how busy are you guys in getting ready for it?
So right now we are in full telethon mode because it's only, it's less than 2 months away. It will be it's a Tuesday night, October 6th, at 7 p.m. And it will be a live stream. I believe they're going to feed it in to Facebook Live as well, but it's going to be a YouTube stream that gets broadcast. Actually, you can watch it on YouTube, but the page, which is mmri.edu/telethon, will have the YouTube feed on that page that night, so you can log in and watch it there as well. And it's really about, once again, bringing awareness to the institute. And you can, donate right now towards that telethon. Right from that page, the /telethon, there is functionality to donate. And right now we're, pushing our ambassadors and any of the brothers that I know to talk about it. Obviously, Most Worshipful Sardone is, he has an international audience he speaks to. He's really pushing it to make it a big thing nationwide. And we're hoping that lodges have viewing parties, or bring brothers together to their home to be able to sit there and watch it live. I know with the time changes and the time zones, it can be difficult, which is kind of why we put it at 7 o'clock at night Eastern Standard Time. So hopefully we can hit a broader audience. But we have a lodge coming to come up to there to be physically present at the telethon. There will be a live audience there. So it is going to be much set up like the telethons of old, with a row of telephones, with the host, Most Worshipful Sardone, speaking to the audience. And we're really hoping to see just this influx of awareness that comes out of this, that people, invite someone over to say, hey, I'm going to be watching this, you should watch it too, kind of thing. So, but we are definitely in full telethon mode. That is all that we are talking about and working on and pushing through, because it's a lot of logistics. And like I said, we're less than 2 months out. So
7 Eastern till
it's an hour and a half. It's 90 minutes.
And I love the watch party idea, and it's not a tiled telethon. I don't know what that would even look like. So obviously you can do a watch party, but you don't have to do a watch party exclusively for Masons in your lodge. Bring the family, bring the friends, set up some snacks, right? All of that is a great way to do it. Robert, like anything you want to add about the telethon? How excited are you for it? Looking forward to it? What are your thoughts on it?
Well, we put the right man in charge. Bill Sardone is quite the salesman. He could sell ice to an Eskimo. I'm excited. Unfortunately, I won't be at it. I had prior arrangements that I made early this year, didn't know about it. And so I won't be at it, but I'm in the process of making a video that will be sent and a substantial donation. And I'm asking the ambassadors across the country and internationally to also do videos and solicit donations from their respective jurisdictions. Appear on the television. So it truly is going to take on an international atmosphere.
And I mean, I will be happy to send something in as well. Although, I'd love to be part of the telethon also. I spend a lot of time on YouTube. So Mort is back after a few beers. Well, welcome. There's nothing wrong with drinking and watching YouTube. Don't be doing anything else, but you can watch YouTube and have a few beers, and that's perfectly fine. That's always kind of an interesting balance, I think, which is, especially for something like the Masonic Medical Research Institute, as Bill Sardone said, right, these things take money to run an institute, a world-class institute nonetheless, right? how much are you generally thinking about fundraising versus just getting not recognition per se, but awareness, versus the work of the research itself? Like, how challenging do you find it to balance each of those things? Because I think even we start with that with Freemasonry as well, right? When we're dealing with our lodges and we're struggling with how much time do we spend on education versus the administrative versus recruitment, versus public events. So how do you guys balance out those different necessary things? And I promise you, I'm still listening to you. I'm going to leave the screen for a couple minutes, but I'll still listen to you guys and hear what you have to say. We'll start with Ross and then go with Robert. Again, this balancing act that you guys might be dealing with.
Okay. Well, the thing it's tough for me is my job title being development officer. The responsibilities are basically one bullet point, and that is cultivating donations for laboratories. So my job actually is based around fundraising for the facility and the research. And so as much as it is a balancing act, because it's about the advocacy for learning about the institute, learning about the work, showing how we're doing is changing the world. In the end, the as my employer, it's about fundraising. So and it is tough because it's you really are a salesman, and I actually am not coming back into this from a salesman background. My background is actually in marketing. So I can struggle sometimes when it comes to balancing between my experience, what I love about the job, and then what the job responsibility entails, which is fundraising. So I really do lean on the experience and wise counsel of brothers like Robert here, who can, help making sure that I stay on that straight and narrow and keep that balance when it comes to doing my job, but also making sure that I ensure that I am, doing my job as a Mason as well. So it is a tough question.
So my perspective is from the board level. So um, I have two primary concerns. One being governance. The board serves to govern the function of the institute, offers compliance and suggestions and approves uh, payments and like. But we also are concerned about fundraising. So the board actively acts like fundraisers. Uh, the problem is, and this is a real education for anybody who doesn't deal with governmental grants, but we get NIH, National Institute of Health grants, we get American Heart Association grants, we get Lupus Association grants, but grant money only covers 41% of the cost of doing the work. That means 59% of the cost has got to be achieved through fundraising. When we get an estate, it's great for us. Obviously, not good for the person who's gone, but that's found money. But our function day to day is trying to keep the doors open by making up that 59% deficit. So fundraising is a huge part of what we do. And that's why we started the ambassador program. That's why we're doing the telethon. That's why we're doing the 357 program. These are all concept and ideas that are designed to be able to make up that shortfall.
I don't know. Actually, Stephanie, I agree. Hope isn't lost. I think, the world can seem pretty crummy sometimes. Things like the Masonic Medical Research Institute remind us that there is still hope for a brighter future. I mean, how many diseases have we as a society that we thought were just going to be part of our lives forever have we eradicated? And, a lot of people maybe think we're always going to be dealing with cardiovascular diseases. who knows, maybe thanks to a lot of different research groups, including research done at the Masonic Medical Research Institute, maybe one day we will have a future without cardiovascular disease, or at least, significantly mitigated. So I think MMRI does provide a lot of hope, at least in a medical context. Mort said, I'm getting back into my workouts next week, which is necessary for health. Really, I'm 22 now, doesn't mean I shouldn't aim for longevity. I agree with that, Mort. And yeah, I mean, obviously, the Masonic Medical Research Institute is doing their part by cutting edge research in cardiovascular and other diseases. But you do your part by taking care of yourself and trying to keep yourself healthy. I will obviously always support that. Dallas the Doggo, I don't know if you have any thoughts on this, guys. This is kind of touching more the esoteric part of Freemasonry. Asks, please explain the square, Earth 3D, working world, and the circle, ethereal, spiritual world relationship concept. I mean, I can say that idea of the square as being the Earth and the compasses, which make the circle as being ethereal or spiritual. That is, I mean, you see that in a lot of different traditions throughout history. Most famously in Chinese mythology, Nuxi and Fuwa were two Chinese mythological figures. If I'm getting it correct, Nuxi always held a carpenter's square, and Fuwa always held a compass. And that's one of the earliest examples of the square and compasses in mythology, well before Freemasonry existed. But there's always been that idea and that understanding of the square represents Earth, and then the compasses represent the heavens. Freemasons, well, stonemasons then applied those tools to buildings and, the creation, formulation of plans and squaring stone. And then we as Freemasons applied it, and turned it into a symbol to represent kind of the craft and things within the craft that we talk about. For me, I always took the symbols, the square and compasses, most first and foremost to represent the idea of, within the square and the compasses, we are to remember everybody exists and we're all brothers of some sort, or we're all brothers, regardless of where we live or where we're from or what religion we are. I think for you guys, I'm going to ask a more general question. I know this is a tough question to answer. What do the square and compasses, though, represent to you when you see them at the Masonic Medical Research Institute, when you see them in your day-to-day life? What do you think of when you see them? Start with Robert.
Yeah, our teachings in Masonry are that the square is to square our actions with all mankind, keeping, making sure that what we do is correct and right. And the compasses are to circumscribe our desires so that we maintain a positive, bright outlook and treat everybody fairly. That's what I see every time I see a square compass.
Ross?
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I knew that he was going to take the words right out of my mouth because
That's why I went first.
right. I'm a ritualist by nature in the craft, and I do a lot of the historical lectures and explain what these symbols mean to our newly initiated brothers. And so that's exactly what I think of is the way it's explained, where you square your actions by the square of virtue and you circumscribe your desires with the compasses. And it's just that vision of taking, and when I'm doing these lectures, I like to have the props in my hand so I can explain to the new brothers, you take the compasses, you set it on a piece of paper and you turn it around and it makes that perfect circle. And it's teaching you to circumscribe your desires and keep your passions in the bounds of that. And so every time I see the square and compasses, I think about the lecture work that I give and what we are supposed to teach these new brothers what those mean. But it just comes right down to, teaching yourself to be a better man. Really, it's just, and when I think about what the use of the square, it always brings me back to the rough ashlar and the smooth ashlar and what those are meant to mean. Like, you can't take that square and it will not go directly upon that rough ashlar until you've smoothed out those rough corners. And that's what we're doing. We will never reach that perfection in life, but as Masons, we are working every day to try to become that perfect man by taking those rough edges and sanding them down and becoming better, because that way that square will fit better upon that ashlar.
At Stephanie Lockhart, 8,028 member, 1 month, number 113 Canadian dollars and 99 cents. I am thankful and grateful for Mason's heart, great men.
I mean, I like to think Mason's a great man too, Stephanie, and thank you for that. At least we try to be. We don't always succeed, but it's the effort, I think, that matters. Yeah, and I agree with what both you guys said. I've just found it fascinating. And I don't mean this in a conspiratorial way, because a lot of people take this kind of and turn into some type of a cult thing, which is not what I mean. But I think the fact that the square and compasses have been symbols that have been important throughout history to different groups, right? A lot of people think the square and compasses started with the Freemasons, and again, Chinese mythology. Two foundational characters in Chinese mythology. You're talking about probably 5,000 years ago. I think again, Fuxi and Nuwa are seen carrying a square and a compass, and the whole point of the myth is they combine to form one with their square and compasses together. And then you see the square and compass symbol appearing throughout a variety of different cultures and symbols far before Freemasonry. I just think that's a really cool thing, and reminds us that there are so many commonalities amongst people of all different ages and groups and organizations. I always really like that. So yeah, the idea of the square as being the earth and the compasses or the circle as being the heavens is not a new idea by any means. And maybe not what the Freemasons were thinking when we adopted this symbol, but it definitely has been a part of many cultures' symbolism. And I really think that's cool. Mort says, my aunt has lupus, autoimmune problems run in my family, as well as heart issues. I've been looking out for my health a bit more, but genetics could catch up to me. Hopefully, medicine is a bit more advanced in the future. If it is a bit more advanced, which I'm sure it will be, you can thank, amongst many other groups, the Masonic Medical Research Institute. And you can thank Stephanie and all the other people who contributed to this stream to support the MMRI. What do you think of when you hear people on this stream? We've had a few people, including in the previous chat with Bill Sardone. When people come up to you and tell you, I know somebody who, or even in that presentation where everybody stood up, I know someone who has heart disease, or I have heart disease, or I have an autoimmune disease. Like, does that give you a sense of pride in the work you're doing? Does that remind you of the importance of it? Does it help energize you to keep going between everything else you do with your work in MMRI? Like, what feelings do you get when people talk to you about these diseases and how they've affected their lives? Start with Robert.
All three of those things. It gives me a sense of pride that I'm doing the right thing. It makes me more steadfast to to be able to contribute to keeping the doors open and spreading the good word. As I said before, I'm really passionate about the MMRI. I do whatever. I'm a volunteer, so everything I do is for one purpose, and that is to enable the scientists to come up with better treatments for tomorrow.
So now for me, it's interesting because I love being a Mason and I love my job. And now prior to this, I was in the for-profit world, 13 years in the profit online retail business. And every job is going to have ups and downs. There's no job out there that you're not going to get frustrated over, and you're not going to wake up and be like, oh, Monday again. But this is the first time in my 22 years of being in the professional workforce that I've ever had a job where I really didn't fear Sundays. I didn't worry about getting up on Mondays. Yeah, it can be, especially in the world nowadays, and it can be a very hard job. It can be very frustrating. You can get angry and upset, like every job you have. But knowing what I'm getting up to do, and especially when somebody comes up to me and says, I have this, the research you're doing might help me, might help a future generation. There's just, I've never bragged about having a job as much as I have since I started working at MMRI in March. So, and a lot of that is just because I'm living my life 24/7 now as a Mason.
Can I add one more thing?
Yeah.
Um, about 4 years ago, as the viewers probably don't know, but I'm from Buffalo, New York. About 4 years ago in a football game, one of our defensive backs was hit in the chest with a helmet, and he was on the turf having a heart attack. They started CPR and they wheeled out a defibrillator and they brought him back to life by using that defibrillator. And it was one of the proudest moments of my life, knowing that we had a part in saving that individual. And defibrillators are being used all around the world on a daily basis. And some of that technology, the electrophysiology studies that contributed to that, were done at the MMRI. And that's something that people should be aware of.
I mean, when people, talk about Freemasonry, I think very often, and this is for Masons, this is for non-Masons, they think lodge meeting, dinner, shrine event. They don't think about defibrillators, right? They don't think about autoimmune diseases. They don't think about lupus. And all of that is a part of it. And all of that is things that, well, we've done that work. There's so much more work to be done that we could be doing, that would be lost if Freemasonry were to go away. So we need to keep that in mind. We're talking about how valuable Freemasonry is.
Stephanie Lockhart, 8,028 member, 1 month. Number 127 Canadian dollars and 99 cents. Freemasonry is like walking on a tightrope. It's like balanced spirituality within the physical aspect.
I mean, that's a very interesting point that Stephanie brings up. I don't know if you guys have any thoughts on that. I've never been, and this has always been my personal view, right? I've never been one for the more spiritual, I've never been for spiritualism as a general rule. A lot of people do bring a spiritual aspect into Freemasonry, or they view it in a more spiritual sense, in the same way some people view music in a spiritual sense, or sports in a spiritual sense. But I definitely think there's always an interesting tightrope and balance between, instead of using the term spiritual, I'll use the term esoteric aspects of the craft versus the more, shall we say, physical, direct, tangible aspects like Masonic Medical Research Institute. But I think both are equally important. I'm curious. You mentioned earlier about the tours and touring. Do you, like, if you're an individual, you happen to be passing by Utica, New York, during business hours, is it okay to walk up and ask for a tour or ask for more information? Do you have to call in advance for tours? How does scheduling a tour work? I'm assuming for groups, especially Masonic groups or otherwise, you should probably call in advance and schedule. But if you're just happen to be passing by, you're a Mason, you're interested, what might be the protocols to learn more about it?
Well, we're definitely not going to, turn someone away that's interested in learning more. Obviously, the larger group, we would like to know in advance because we want to make sure that the laboratories are going to be accessible. They're working on some stuff, and we want to make sure they know people are going to be coming through. But if you're coming through Utica, New York, and you just swing by, there is a front security desk or a guard because it is the Masonic care community. So you do have to go through and explain what you're there on the campus for. And the same comes to when you come to the labs. You can't just walk in the front door. You do have to be buzzed in. It is a highly secure facility with a front desk security guard who will ask you why you're there and who you're there to see. If you're walk in and buzz in and say, "Well, I would like to take a tour," they're going to come and get me or my coworker brother Zach Nordstrom, and to say, "Hey, someone's here to take a tour." Now, we will do everything we can and love to see people come in through tours. And we will give someone that tour that day, if we can. There's not very much that would be holding us back from giving a tour unless there were some things in the labs that, we couldn't bring someone through for. But the protocol really is best to contact us ahead of time, the day of even, just some type of kind of warning to make sure that we have we're free, we don't have meetings going on, and then that the building is open, which it usually is. Even on the weekends, we can get someone in. But if we know someone's going to be there wanting a tour, we can also alert the scientists there so they know to be there, because they're really really busy, and if they can set time aside, they'd love to talk to people about what their work is. And so knowing in advance always helps. But we will not turn someone away because they want to learn more.
And I mean, this goes to obviously general, understandings of politeness and I
Right.
mean, people are busy. People have scientists are busy. You're busy. Um, you don't want to be jumping into someone's schedule last minute. Having said that, I mean, I've always said, because I travel a lot for this podcast. It's a very important part of the Square and Compass podcast is to travel. There's been plenty of times where I've been in a town for one thing, and I just so happened to pass a Masonic building or something with a Masonic connection of which I was not aware. My advice is, if that happens and you can and you want to, don't be afraid to knock on the door. I just explain, hey, I was passing by, I'm a Mason, I saw this. That doesn't mean there'll be anybody available. That doesn't mean they will have the time in that moment to meet with you, but you can still get the business card, contact them later, like who knows what, right? But if you can, obviously, I would agree. The most important thing is call in advance. But if you happen to be passing by a place, just as a general piece of Masonic advice, I always encourage guys, like, have your dues card with you, have your information with you, and don't be afraid to knock on the door if you see something Masonic. You might learn something really cool and really interesting and really unique. Um, and knocking on the door, it doesn't mean you're going into a lodge meeting. Obviously, there might be, who knows what's going on, but you can still ask and learn. Keep your eyes open, I guess, is my piece of advice. You'd be amazed. I'm sure you guys have experienced this as well. How many different Masonic buildings I've discovered, plaques, cornerstones, flags, just so many things I've seen that are Masonic because I was looking for it and paying attention. Does that happen to you guys? I'm curious, at the Masonic Medical Research Institute, do you find that you have people stopping by to say hello, like who didn't know about it or just discovered it? I know it's on the care community, so you might not have many people seeing it, but I know if I was passing in Utica and I saw it, I would stop by to say hello because I'd be fascinated.
Yeah, not as much as I would like, and it might just be because the Masonic Care Community, when it was originally built, 1893, I believe is what they say is their founding. It was on a property on the we actually are on it. It was down line, so it was the very far end of the industrial area of Utica, New York. It was all fields and cow pastures and whatnot. So we are in a very secluded area of the city that very few people go by. It's still very industrial. So you go by, and I mean, I went by that as a kid, and I didn't really know what it was. And so we don't get people because they're interested. And like I said, you have to go through the security front gate to get into the community. And not that we wouldn't, like I said, allow people to come in off the street to just view and see what's going on at the laboratories. But we don't. It's not like a museum that you can just go park and you go by every day and want to know what it's like inside. So we don't really get the drop-ins. But once again, it really is more local. We're kind of in the outskirts, past the old industrial sections of the city.
I mean, I first of all, I would recommend anybody, and it's believe me, it is on my bucket list. I really hope you get the chance to visit the Medical Institute. If and when I'm able to, I'll be giving you guys a call. I would love to take a tour. I think it's fascinating, and I think it's an incredible, like I said, it's a crown jewel in our Masonic lodges. Um, Mort says, do your bit, whether you're Masonic or not. You can always volunteer and do good, and that's true. And just as Robert brought up, you can do, you don't have to be a Mason to be engaged with the Masonic Medical Research Institute as an ambassador. As you said, you have a lot of people who are ambassadors who are not Masons. And somebody else, and I think this goes to show the, international nature of this. He mentions he's from the United Kingdom and his mom suffered a heart attack when she was relatively young. And I know it goes without saying, but I'll let you guys say it anyways, right? This is not research exclusive for the Masons. This is not research exclusively for the United States. This is research you guys are engaged in that can help anybody, be it in America, Canada, United Kingdom, and beyond. I'll let you guys comment on the international nature of the research. Certainly, from my research, your scientists, are international, and the work they're doing is international. Robert, do you want to comment?
Well, as we said before, that if we come up with a cure for diabetes, it's not just going to be Masons in New York who are going to get the cure. That cure is going to cure everybody in the world who has that specific disease. So what we're doing is for all mankind. We can't emphasize that enough. It's in our mission statement. It's what and we've drafted scientists from around the world so that we get international collaborations and cooperation. Our scientists come from Scotland, Japan, Korea. I think we had one Russian. I'm sure there's more that I'm not coming up with, but it's an international group and just wonderful people and all very dedicated to what they do. The scientists are incredible. They'll, if you come for a visit, they'll stop what they're doing just to talk to you about what they're doing. They are so involved, and they'll talk over your head, way over your head. And I have, an understanding of some aspects of medicine, but I'm still blown away when I go there. But they'll take the time to talk it down and give you in layman's terms what they're trying to accomplish and the equipment that they're using. We have a new microscope that just cost us 1.2 million. It's used around the clock. And that's one of the other advantages of the MMRI, because we're a small facility. To the equipment at a moment's notice. If they were at a large educational facility or a much larger laboratory, they may have to put in a request for a piece of equipment weeks or months in advance. So our research can be done fairly quickly. Once they see a trend, they can work on that trend. That's the advantage of a small lab. If you look at some of the great discoveries in medicine, insulin, done by two individuals in a small lab. Madame Curie with radiation, one or two individuals. It's that kind of ability to pivot and change and short notice that probably is our advantage.
We're coming up to the end of this couple of hours, and I'm grateful that you guys joined. I forget who said it now. Forgive me. In the questionnaire I sent you, I believe it was Robert, but I could be mistaken, mentioned that what you wanted people to know most about MMRI, what you most wanted to kind of talk about was the Masons who supported MMRI for the last 70 something years, right? So I guess I want to leave you with a chance to just say, what would you want to say to those Masons, including maybe those Masons who are no longer with us, but if we're still here, like what would you say to them in relation to their support of the Masonic Medical Research Institute, and what would you want the audience to know about those Masons who supported MMRI?
I would say a great big thank you. Without them, we wouldn't be talking. Wouldn't be here. There would be no lab. These guys went out on a limb back in 1947. It was all New York Masons. They came up with the money to do, through donations, through the Hood Fund of New York, to start the foundation and start the research. And then they had the forethought to raise the money to build a building for our independent research. And what I would say to Masons today is learn from your predecessors, support an institution that is incredible and one that they should be very proud of.
And of course, I lost the stream. Give me just 1 second. See if I can find you guys.
I broke it.
All right. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, but not very well. But at least you guys can hear me. I'm just going to probably have to end the stream in a second. Then sorry, there's been some technical difficulties. This always happens. But before we end, I just want to ask you guys, if you could just repeat that, what you would say, and Ross, what would you say to the brethren, to the Masons, if you could? See if we still have you guys.
I mean, it really just a big thank you, because there's just so much. Personally, there's so much in my life that I am thankful for because of what I do in the Masonic Medical Research Institute, just being here, and that would not have been possible without our past brethren, without our current brethren who are supporting us every day, and for the future brethren who are going to come forward to help us bring this institute in, continue on into the future, because someday, there's going to be some major breakthrough that will change the world, and people are going to be able to say that happened here because of the brothers of the world. So I've just been always an optimistic person who's always looking to the future, and it just brings me to tears sometimes to know that I am a part of this, and that's why I want everyone that had the opportunity to be a part of this. Just whether it's verbal support, financial support, helping spread the word. The brothers have built this institution. Brothers are building this institution, and the world is going to be here to help us continue on this legacy for generations, and those generations are going to be healthier because of what we're doing now.
Well, so we unfortunately lost the video. We can still hear you, but forgive me, we lost the video. I'm not saying that YouTube is saying you guys are unattractive or I'm the more attractive, but YouTube, for whatever reason, the video's gone. But I did hear what you guys were saying, as did the audience. And I agree with you 100%. I think to the extent that the future looks bright in terms of medicine, to the extent that the future looks bright in terms of to the extent that the future looks bright, it's because of things like Freemasonry, and it's because of the Masonic Medical Research Institute. And you said that you were sometimes moved to tears by the work being done, and I agree. It's incredible to see. So thank you both so much for being here. In case you guys are curious, we've got, outside of ad revenue, which I don't know right now, and outside of anything through Patreon, we've got about $180 donated thus far. So you guys are going to be getting 50% of that, plus all the other revenues. And thank you again, both of you, so much for being here. We're about 2 hours in, so we'll end this now. But thank you both for being here. I really appreciate it. And thank you to everybody who's been supporting. We're going to keep going. And like I said, any of the revenues made from now till tomorrow at 2 p.m., 50% will go to MMRI. Anything you guys want to say before we end this end your portion of this stream, I should say? Now the chance is yours.
Can I make a quick plug for 357?
Just make it like that.
Can you hear me, Cameron? Hello?
Yeah, you can make the plug for 357.
Okay. It's too bad that Winding Staircase isn't on the feed anymore, because We have a program called the 357 program, and it is a winding set of stairs consisting of 3 steps, 5 steps, and 7 steps. 3 for hope, 5 for discovery, and 7 for a cure. And that relates to our Masonic lore. And we're asking individuals and lodges across the country and internationally to sponsor us at $357. And that money is going to go directly to contributing to our continued research. So thank you in advance. Thanks for having us on today.
And the only thing I would add is in direct tandem working on that 357 is don't forget about our telethon Tuesday evening, October 6th at 7 p.m. As we've been
And
saying, be there and be square.
be there and be square indeed. By the way, thank you, Smokey the Clown, for your $2 super chat. That will also be going to MMRI. Be there, be square at the telethon. 357 is incredible. And thank you, both of you again. I'm going to be ending this. Sorry, the video got cut off the last couple of minutes. But I think we signed up for you guys, and thank you for all the work you do. And please pass on my congratulations and my thanks, I should say, to all the scientists and everybody who works to make the MMRI a success. If you've not done so yet, please hit that like button and please hit that subscribe button. And thank you for taking your time to be here. I really appreciate it. We're still raising more funds for MMRI, but we've already raised a fair bit, so I'm grateful for that as well.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Dun, dun, dun. All right. So that was the Masonic Medical Research Institute. Let me know what you guys thought of that. If you enjoyed it, I had a great time talking to them. It was a blast. And yeah, I enjoyed it very much. What did you guys think of our discussions with the Masonic Medical Research Institute as we continue with our 24-hour content marathon? And once again, Smokey, thank you. Just give me 1 second. Oops. Darn it, that didn't work. Not pretty decent, couple technical difficulties so far, but nothing terrible. Oops, as I try to do this. One more time.
At Smokey DeClown W8P2 United States dollars.
Thank you so much. Yes, Yo Maple. So what did you think, Yo Maple, of the stream? What did everybody think of it? And now we're kind of at the next stage. So for the time being, we're going to be hanging out. We're going to wait to see who joins. No specific talking points, other than if anybody has any questions. Around 7, maybe 7:30, going to take the first break, come back. And then 9 o'clock Eastern tonight, we're going to be going on to a stream on YouTube with Smokey the Clown, which should be a blast also. That's going to be my personal channel, youtube.com/@CameronAdamson. Then we'll be back on here, and we're just going to kind of keep going back and forth, which I look forward to very much. So let's wait to see who wants to jump on and say hello. Nice, Yo Maple. I mean, first of all, good for you for taking notes. I feel like very few people ever bother to take notes. Yeah, Smokey, I was saying, I don't know if you saw my Discord note, but I think what we're going to have to do is I'm going to set up a Zoom meeting with you, and I'm going to go through with you how to set up a Patreon and how to set up a stream in advance, because that way, that way, you and I can, I can support you on Patreon, and then I can stream on your account. Because I'd love to do a live stream on the Smokey the Clown channel instead of always being on mine. It's fun to do multiple. Hello, Shy. How's it going? But for tonight at 9 o'clock, I don't know if you want to do anything for fun. Maybe you want to watch a Tubi episode, a Tubi show together. I just don't remember what you guys have on in the States. Unfortunately, the States and Canada have different Tubi movies.
At Stephanie Lockhart 8028 member, 1 month. Number 113 Canadian dollars and 99 cents. Masons dedicate their lives to service.
I suck at interneting too, and here I am trying to make a living at it. So who's to say? We all struggle, right? We all struggle with different things. And if you are just joining us, please take a moment, hit like, hit subscribe, and thank you so much for being here. I would really, really, really grateful that you have joined. And now I need to get more water, so I'll be back in a moment. This setup is a little bit weird. I don't see the super chats on the screen. They don't stay on the screen. They kind of come and go. But I'll see you in a second. And I may tonight do a, head out tonight and show off some different things. What would you guys want to see? Where would you guys, what would you guys want to see in and around Windsor? Maybe do some live streaming from the river, maybe from the Masonic Temple. We could pick a few different spots to hang out at. Nothing short of that, Maple. What are some of your favorite books that you have? Are any of them Masonic? If not, maybe you should look at getting Freemasonry for Dummies by Chris Hodap, a great book. First snack of the stream. Sour gummies. For the time being, we're just going to wait, see what jumps on. Says hello. And Smokey, maybe like I said, if you and I want, what we could do is put on a Tubi movie, watch that together. For a nice break from the always, I'm going to tell you about Freemasonry. I was giving it a bit of time now, waiting to chat with people. Oops. Waiting to see who's going to join. And again, thank you to all my guests. It was fun streaming with them. It was a blast. I loved it. One thing I did want to talk about is what I have coming up with as people know, I was looking at being a kidney donor, a living kidney donor. Everything was, to my understanding, set to go, but unfortunately there was an issue with the intended recipient, which means it might not be taking place. However, I could still potentially be a anonymous kidney donor. So I'm considering that. It's up to London Health Sciences Center to let me know if they have anybody who might be available or could, I'd be compatible for. But we're working on it. Well, I mean, maybe, Smokey, if you have a television and a DVD player, which I think you do, we could do a, like you could put the DVD on, depends what you got. I need to know what movies you have. Okay, Yo Maple, what's your favorite book? Because I like psychology, I like history, I like art, I like nature, I like all that stuff a lot. So, do you have a favorite book, one that you recommend? And Smokey, how is the doctor's office treating you? I know there's usually a long wait, but I hope it's not too long. Okay, what's the song called? In honor of the best horror movie ever. By the way, the best horror movie ever is Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4 and Part 5, but not that's the best movie ever as well. But nonetheless, what is the best horror movie ever? And what's the name of the song? I'll check it out for sure. Yeah, that sounds about right. I know that doctor's office is going to have very long waits. Maybe if, with Masonic Medical Research Institute, as it is successful, maybe the doctor's wait times will be shorter because people will not suffer from as many ailments. Like we talked about this before, right? One of the biggest things to keep in mind, right, is that you might think to yourself, I don't deal with cardiovascular issues. I don't deal with autoimmune issues. I don't deal with health issues. I don't deal with autism or neurocognitive issues. Therefore, I don't care about the research areas of the Masonic Medical Research Institute. But you know what? If you go to the hospital because you're dealing with a completely different issue, like who knows, maybe you're in a car accident and you need to be treated, the one of the factors that's going to affect the quality of treatment you receive and the length of time you receive that treatment is going to be how many other people are in the hospital at the time and what are they dealing with. So, for example, if you have a car accident, knock on wood, that you don't, and you are sent to the hospital, if they're also dealing with a heart attack, a stroke, some type of neurocognitive dementia patient, if the hospital is already dealing with all of those things, that's going to affect the quality of care because the doctors are focusing on more patients, they're more burnt out, they're more tired, they have less equipment, less space to deal with. So in the same way Freemasonry helps you whether you're a Mason or not, the research done by the Masonic Medical Research Institute helps you whether you have those particular ailments or not.
At Stephanie Lockhart 8028 member, 1 month. Number 113 Canadian dollars and 99 cents. We are eternal beings, we never die. Only the ether dies.
A favorite would be difficult to pin down. If I could recommend one, it would be How to Deal with Emotionally Explosive People. I know a few Masons who could use that book. By Albert J. Bernstein. Is he a current, active author? Did he pass away? I don't recognize the name, but go see your doctor. Yes. I'll see you soon. As I always tell people, listen to what your doctor tells you and do as your doctor says. That's the most important thing. And we're just going to keep hanging out. We're just going to wait to see who jumps on to say hello. So like I said, right now, we do not know what the status is as it relates to the kidney donation. I guess the potential donor, the intended recipient, it's no longer possible to donate to them. So we are considering, or I'm considering different options, including being an anonymous donor. I sent an email to London Health Sciences Center asking them if they knew of any or how that process would work. And now I'm just waiting to hear back. In the meantime, when it comes to Square and Compass promotions, I am really enjoying this stream. I'm also really enjoying supporting the Masonic Medical Research Institute. And then we're seeing a lot of growth across different channels, for which I'm truly grateful, including my Instagram, including my Facebook, where I'm monetized. So that's going really well also. So let's keep that going as well. Follow me on Instagram, follow me on Facebook, follow me on Twitter, X. All that good jazz would be truly appreciated. And let's wait to see who joins. Well, Yo Maple, what did you think of the podcast I did about a month ago, give or take, regarding the Spanish work by the stonemason? And I want to do some more, actually. One thing I really want to talk about is Muslim and Christian stonemasons working together in Muslim and Christian stonemasons working together in Spain, in different parts of Europe, demonstrating the religious tolerance in a historical sense that stonemasonry demonstrated to the world, that then was brought over into Freemasonry. But I don't know, maybe if you saw that discussion or you saw that live stream and what you thought of it. I enjoyed it quite a bit. I really like talking about it. And I think we don't spend enough time focused on or supporting our Masonic, on our stone Masonic brethren, which is a really important part of what it means to be a stonemason. So, or sorry, a Freemason, excuse me. We're just going to keep hanging out, wait to see who jumps on to say hello. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, let me know. Once we, I may actually restart this stream sooner rather than later, because when you're doing the stream sharing, once you kind of lose the second person, I don't like the layout very much. This was meant to be the start of the stream. So what I may do is stop the stream and then restart. Everything still applies though. 24 hours, 50-50 revenue split, all that good jazz. Yo, Maple, let me see if I can find it for you before I potentially end this stream and then restart in a second with a new stream. So I'm not a huge fan of this layout. Dun, dun, dun. But let me see if I can get you at least the title of it. It was Libro de Trazas de Cortes de Piedra. Let me just see if I can pull this up. You can find this in the chat. If you search this, you should find it. Libro de Trazas de Cortes de Piedra, Square and Compass. That was a historical text written, I forget the date, written in the 15th, 16th centuries by a stonemason. And it's one of the most famous and most important works of stonemasonry ever put into a document. It was meant to be kept secret, right? It was meant to be kept exclusively for stonemasons as a way to preserve their trade secrets. But eventually, it made its way into the general public. Apparently, it has never been translated into English, which makes me very sad because I'd love to read a translated copy of it. It was written in Spanish. But it was known by both Muslim and non-Muslim stonemasons, and Jewish for that matter, all different faiths. So that's a really interesting thing to keep in mind. But yeah, I hope you'll check it out. Nice. Yeah, as you know, the first 60 minutes, Yo Maple, I don't, right? It's just kind of general topics. The second 60 minutes is where I start to focus on Freemasonry, or on that topic specifically. But it's really cool, and I'm putting it out there into the ether, into the world. I'm really hoping and keeping my fingers crossed that we can one day get a English translation of it. It's an incredibly important work, not just for the history of stonemasonry, although it is, but for the history of or the bridge between operative masonry or stone masonry and speculative masonry. So I think that's really cool as well. And worth keeping in mind. There's a really fascinating bridge between the two. It's not one of the old charges, unfortunately, but I think in some ways you could consider it such. We're going to give it a few more minutes. We're just going to wait to see who joins. Please, as always, take a moment. If you're new, hit like and subscribe. I think I will be ending this stream in a moment. And then what I'm going to do is restart it in a couple minutes afterwards. I'm not a big fan of this layout. It worked great for the dual interview I did with my friends, my brothers from the Masonic Medical Research Institute. But now I'm here and I'm grateful to be talking about, I'm going to switch it back out to the normal platform, normal view in a second. Yo Maple, thank you for doing a great job as always with the moderation. I appreciate it very much, and I promise I'll keep you going with the moderation. We'll keep this stream going. It's going to be a blast. Thank you to everybody who has supported MMRI as well. I really appreciate it. Stephanie, Smokey, just by being here, by liking, by subscribing, by commenting, you guys are helping out big time by being in the chat. So with that, I'm going to, I think, end this stream. Turning a notification bell. I'll be back on in 5 minutes. Hopefully this way I can go back to the regular layout. And I'll see you guys in a couple. And if you don't find me right away, don't worry. I'm not going too far. I promise.